The waves crashed against the rocky outcropping of the tiny island with a relentless fury that seemed to mirror the storm brewing in 11-year-old Hadrian Potter's chest. Thunder rolled overhead as he sat in the corner of the ramshackle hut, watching his wail of a cousin Dudley attempt to eat a birthday cake that looked like it had been assembled by someone wearing boxing gloves. The Dursleys had dragged him here to this miserable excuse for shelter, thinking they could hide from the letters that had been arriving in increasingly impossible ways. Hadrian no longer went by Harry, a decision he had made 3 months ago when he discovered that his real name was written in faded ink on a piece of parchment hidden in Aunt Petunia's jewelry box. The name felt more substantial somehow, more real than the diminutive nickname the Dursleys had always used with such obvious distaste. It was a small act of rebellion, but it was his. The door to the hut suddenly exploded inward with enough force to send splinters of wood flying across the small space. Uncle Vernon's face went from purple to an interesting shade of green as a massive figure ducked through the destroyed doorway. The man had to be at least 9 feet tall, with wild black hair and a beard that could hide a family of badgers. His beetle-black eyes swept the room before settling on Hadrian with unmistakable recognition. "So you are Harry Potter, then?" the giant said, his voice carrying the hint of an accent that spoke of wide-open spaces and creatures that most people only saw in nightmares. "Been looking for you everywhere, I have. My name is Rubeus Hagrid, Keeper of Keys and Grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The words hit Hadrian like a physical blow. Witchcraft and wizardry. Magic was real. Everything that he had wondered about during those long nights, when strange things happened around him, when glass disappeared and hair grew back overnight, and he somehow ended up on rooftops without remembering how he got there, suddenly made perfect sense. Uncle Vernon found his voice first, though it came out as more of a strangled wheeze than actual words. "You will not speak of that freakishness in front of my family," he managed, pointing one sausage-like finger at Hagrid. "We told the boy his parents died in a car crash like normal people." Hagrid's expression darkened considerably. "Car crash," he repeated, and there was something dangerous lurking beneath his gruff exterior. "A car crash kill Lillian James Potter. This is an outrage, a scandal. Harry Potter not knowing his own story when every child in our world knows his name." The giant turned his attention back to Hadrian, and his voice gentled considerably. "You never got any of the letters then?" "Course you didn't with these muggles. Shoulda known Dumbledore was wrong to leave you here." At the mention of this Dumbledore person, something cold settled in Hadrian's stomach. Someone had made a deliberate decision to place him with the Dursleys. Someone knew where he was and what his life was like, and had chosen to leave him here anyway. "Who is Dumbledore?" Hadrian asked quietly. "And why did he decide where I should live?" Hagrid shifted uncomfortably, suddenly very interested in examining his enormous hands. "Well now, that's a complicated question, isn't it? Professor Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts, greatest wizard alive, some say. He thought it would be best for you to grow up away from all the attention, away from the attention," Hadrian repeated slowly, "or away from making my own choices about my life." "Now don't go getting ideas above your station," Uncle Vernon blustered, but his voice lacked its usual conviction. The massive stranger with his talk of magic and schools had clearly rattled him more than he cared to admit. Hagrid reached into his enormous coat and withdrew a slightly crumpled envelope. "Your Hogwarts letter," he said, offering it to Hadrian. "Been trying to deliver it for days now, but these muggles kept interfering." Hadrian took the envelope with hands that trembled slightly. The parchment felt different from normal paper, heavier somehow, more substantial. His name was written across the front in emerald green ink, with a precision that suggested the writer took great care in their penmanship. Mr. H. Potter, The Floor, Hut on the Sea, The Rock. Inside, the letter was exactly what he had expected, and nothing like what he had hoped for simultaneously. It was an acceptance letter to a school he had never heard of, written with the assumption that he would naturally be grateful for the opportunity. There was no choice offered, no alternatives presented, simply an expectation that he would report to King's Cross Station on September 1st to begin his education at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. "Tell me about my parents," Hadrian said, setting the letter aside for the moment. "Tell me how they really died." What followed was a story that made his blood alternately boil and freeze. His parents had been murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort, a monster so terrible that most people refused to speak his name aloud. This creature had killed his mother and father in cold blood, then turned his wand on a 15-month-old baby. Somehow, the killing curse had rebounded, destroying Voldemort's body and leaving Hadrian with nothing more than a lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead. The wizarding world had celebrated him as the boy who lived, the infant who had somehow defeated the most powerful dark wizard in living memory, and Dumbledore, this greatest wizard alive, had decided that such a famous child needed to be hidden away from his admirers and raised by relatives who despised everything about his very existence. So this Professor Dumbledore, Hadrian said carefully, thought it would be best for me to grow up not knowing anything about magic, not knowing about my parents' sacrifice, not knowing that I was famous in your world for something I did as a baby. Hagrid nodded reluctantly. He thought it was for the best. Wanted you to have a normal childhood, he did. Normal, Hadrian repeated, glancing around the miserable hut where his relatives cowered in the corner. Normal like sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years. Normal like being told my parents were drunken layabouts who got themselves killed through their own irresponsibility. Normal like never receiving a birthday present or a kind word or any indication that my existence might be valued by another human being. The giant's face crumpled with something that might have been shame. I didn't know, he said quietly. None of us knew how they were treating you. But Dumbledore did know where I was, Hadrian continued relentlessly. He could have checked on me at any time. He could have moved me if the situation was unsuitable. Instead, he left me here, and apparently instructed everyone else to do the same. Something was building in his chest, a cold fury that felt far too mature for his 11-year-old body. This Dumbledore had controlled every aspect of his life from the shadows, making decisions about his welfare without ever bothering to verify that those decisions were actually beneficial. And now, here was this letter, written with the same assumption of control, the same expectation that Hadrian would simply comply with whatever arrangements had been made on his behalf. "Tell me about other magical schools," he said suddenly. Hagrid blinked in confusion. Other schools? Surely Hogwarts is not the only school for magical children in the entire world, Hadrian said patiently. There must be alternatives. Well, there's Beauxbatons in France, Hagrid said slowly, clearly not understanding where this conversation was heading. And Durmstrang Institute up north. But Harry, you're British. You belong at Hogwarts. Besides, Durmstrang has a reputation for teaching the dark arts. Not the sort of place for someone like you. Someone like me, Hadrian repeated. You mean someone who defeated a dark wizard before he could walk? Someone who lived through the killing curse? Someone who might actually benefit from understanding exactly what kind of magic was used against him and his family. Hagrid looked genuinely alarmed now. You don't want to go messing about with dark magic, Harry. That's how wizards go bad, that is. You want to learn proper magic, like your parents did. And what exactly did proper magic do for my parents when Voldemort came calling? Hadrian asked quietly. Did their proper Hogwarts education give them the knowledge they needed to protect themselves and their child? The question hung in the air like a physical presence. Hagrid opened his mouth several times, but no words emerged. Finally, he managed to stammer something about how James and Lily Potter had been excellent students who fought bravely for the right side. Fighting bravely is admirable, Hadrian said, but I would prefer to fight intelligently. If there are schools that teach more comprehensive magic, including defensive applications of dark magic, then perhaps I should consider my options, rather than simply accepting whatever arrangements Professor Dumbledore has made for my education. Uncle Vernon, who had been following this conversation with the expression of a man watching a car accident in slow motion, suddenly found his voice. "You cannot seriously be considering sending the boy to some foreign freak school," he declared. "Bad enough that he is what he is without making it worse." "Actually," Hadrian said, turning to face his relatives directly, "I think a foreign freak school sounds perfect. Somewhere far away from here, somewhere that Professor Dumbledore does not directly control, somewhere that might actually teach me what I need to know to protect myself in a world where dark wizards murder children in their beds." Petunia Dursley spoke for the first time since Hagrid's arrival, her voice barely above a whisper. "You sound just like her," she said, and there was something complicated in her expression. Just like Lily when she decided she was too good for normal people. "Good," Hadrian replied without hesitation. "If my mother was the sort of person who refused to accept limitations placed on her by other people, then I would be honored to follow her example." Hagrid made one last attempt to redirect the conversation. "But Harry, Professor Dumbledore is expecting you at Hogwarts. He has plans for your education, things that will help you understand your place in our world." "My place," Hadrian said, and his voice carried a chill that made even the giant take a step backward. "Professor Dumbledore has spent 11 years making plans for my life without my input or consent. I think it is time I started making my own plans." The letter from Hogwarts was still lying on the rough wooden table where Hadrian had left it. He picked it up and read it once more, noting the tone of assumed compliance, the complete lack of alternatives offered, the expectation that he would be grateful for whatever opportunities were being provided. It was exactly the sort of letter that someone would write when they assumed complete control over another person's choices. With deliberate precision, Hadrian began to tear the letter in half. Hagrid lunged forward with a cry of dismay, but Hadrian stepped back, continuing to methodically destroy the parchment. "You can tell Professor Dumbledore," he said, as the pieces fluttered to the floor, "that Hadrian Potter will be making his own arrangements for his magical education. If he is interested in my welfare, he can contact me directly to discuss it. Until then, I will be researching my options and choosing the school that best serves my needs, rather than his convenience." The silence that followed was profound. Even the storm outside seemed to have paused to listen to this unprecedented act of defiance. Hagrid stared at the scattered remains of the Hogwarts letter, as if Hadrian had just committed an act of sacrilege. "You don't understand," the giant said finally. "You can't just reject Hogwarts. It is where you belong." "According to whom?" Hadrian asked politely. "The same people who decided I belonged in a cupboard under the stairs. The same people who thought growing up ignorant of my own heritage was in my best interest. Forgive me if I find their judgment somewhat questionable." Hagrid's face was cycling through a range of emotions, from shock to dismay to something that might have been a reluctant admiration. "But Harry," he tried again, "what will you tell people? What will you do?" "I will tell people the truth," Hadrian said simply. "That I am grateful to learn about the magical world, grateful to discover my heritage, and determined to receive the best possible education to prepare me for whatever challenges lie ahead. If that education is available at Beauxbatons or Durmstrang or some other school I have not yet heard of, then that is where I will go." The storm outside chose that moment to send a particularly violent gust of wind through the broken door, causing everyone in the hut to shiver. Hagrid wrapped his enormous coat more tightly around himself and looked at Hadrian with something approaching desperation. "At least come to Diagon Alley with me tomorrow," he said. "See the magical world for yourself before you make any final decisions. Talk to some people. Get your bearings. You might feel differently once you understand what you would be giving up." Hadrian considered this proposal. Whatever else might be true, he would need magical supplies and books, regardless of which school he ultimately attended. A trip to this Diagon Alley would also give him an opportunity to research his alternatives more thoroughly. "Very well," he said finally. "I will accompany you to Diagon Alley tomorrow. But I want it understood that I am gathering information, not reconsidering my position. I intend to apply to multiple schools and choose the one that offers the most comprehensive magical education available." Hagrid nodded eagerly, clearly hoping that exposure to the magical world would overwhelm whatever rebellious notions the boy had developed. And Hadrian did feel a thrill of excitement at the prospect of seeing magic openly practiced, of walking through shops that sold dragon scales and phoenix feathers and books that taught spells. But beneath that excitement was a core of cold determination that had been forged in 10 years of cupboards and casual cruelty, and the absolute conviction that no one else would ever again make major life decisions on his behalf without his input. As Hagrid settled into the least uncomfortable corner of the hut to wait out the storm, Hadrian sat by the broken window and watched lightning illuminate the angry sea. Tomorrow he would enter the magical world properly for the first time. Tomorrow he would begin learning about options that Professor Dumbledore apparently preferred he never discover. And if those options included a school where they taught comprehensive magic, including the dark arts that might actually prepare him to face creatures like Voldemort, then Hadrian Potter was going to give serious consideration to spite as a motivational force in his educational choices. After all, if the greatest wizard alive thought he knew what was best for Hadrian Potter, without ever bothering to ask Hadrian Potter what he wanted, then perhaps it was time to demonstrate exactly how wrong supposedly great wizards could be when they assumed too much and listened too little. The storm continued to rage outside, but Hadrian felt calmer than he had in years. For the first time in his life, he was going to have real choices to make. And he was going to make them for himself, based on his own judgment and his own assessment of what he needed to survive and thrive in a magical world that had already tried to kill him once. Tomorrow would bring new discoveries and new possibilities. Tonight, he sat in a broken hut on a rock in the middle of an angry sea and planned his first act of real independence with the methodical precision of someone who had learned early that the only person you could truly rely on was yourself. The boy who lived was about to become the boy who chose his own path, regardless of what the wizarding world expected of their famous symbol. And if that path led him away from Dumbledore's plans and toward a school that taught darker but perhaps more practical magic, then so be it. Some lessons, Hadrian reflected, as thunder crashed overhead, were worth learning no matter who disapproved of the curriculum. The maze that served as the arena for the tournament's final task loomed against the evening sky like a monument to magical ambition and carefully concealed danger. 20-foot hedgerows stretched in complex patterns across the Quidditch pitch, their surfaces shimmering with enchantments that suggested obstacles far more challenging than simple navigation through green corridors. Hadrian Potter stood at the entrance assigned to him as the unofficial fourth champion, his enhanced magical senses detecting layer upon layer of protective and offensive magic woven into the very structure of the labyrinth. The crowd gathered in the stands represented the largest assembly of magical dignitaries that Britain had hosted in decades, with representatives from magical governments throughout Europe present to witness what many assumed would be a demonstration of traditional British magical education superiority. However, the political undercurrents suggested that the tournament had evolved far beyond educational competition into a complex test of international magical cooperation and institutional authority. Cedric Diggory approached him during the final preparation period, the Hogwarts champion's expression showing both determination and genuine concern for what they were about to face together. The friendship that had developed between them during tournament activities represented one of the few positive aspects of Hadrian's forced participation in competition he had never sought. "This feels wrong," Cedric said quietly, his voice carrying undertones that suggested he had reached similar conclusions about the suspicious circumstances surrounding the tournament's final challenge. Too many people are watching with expectations that have nothing to do with magical education or healthy competition. Hadrian nodded, his own assessment of the political atmosphere confirming Cedric's instincts about developments that extended far beyond normal tournament activities. The intelligence that he had gathered through his international contacts suggested that the maze contained threats specifically designed to target Harry Potter, rather than simply testing magical competence among young champions. "Stay close during the initial navigation," Hadrian replied, drawing upon tactical training that his Durmstrang education had emphasized for dangerous situations involving unknown magical threats. "If this is indeed a trap, rather than a legitimate competition, we may need to work together to survive whatever has been prepared for us." Victor Crumb joined their conversation as the final moments before task commencement approached, his presence providing reassurance that at least some of the adult supervision understood the potential dangers that exceptional young wizards faced when their capabilities made them targets for hostile political forces. "My family has received intelligence about magical activity around Hogwarts that suggests dark magic practitioners may be using tournament events to advance agendas unrelated to educational competition," Victor said, with the careful precision of someone conveying sensitive information. "Be prepared for encounters that exceed normal tournament challenge parameters." Fleur Delacour's participation in their strategic discussion added international perspectives that reinforced Hadrian's growing conviction that the tournament had become a focal point for magical conflicts that involved much more than individual student achievement or institutional rivalry. Beaubaton intelligence sources have detected magical signatures consistent with dark magic artifact manipulation in proximity to tournament venues, she reported with obvious concern. The risks may extend far beyond what tournament safety protocols were designed to address. The conversation was interrupted by the official commencement ceremony, but the information exchange had provided all four champions with tactical awareness that might prove essential for survival if the final challenge involved genuine magical combat rather than simply advanced problem-solving exercises. Ludo Bagman's commentary about tournament tradition and magical education excellence felt increasingly hollow as Hadrian observed the magical signatures emanating from various locations around the maze and the stands. His enhanced perception, developed through years of comprehensive magical training, detected patterns of concealment and hostile preparation that suggested coordinated action by parties with advanced magical capabilities. Most disturbing were the magical traces that resembled techniques he had studied during his advanced defense curriculum at Durmstrang. Dark magic signatures that indicated the presence of magical practitioners whose capabilities exceeded those of typical Death Eater sympathizers or amateur dark magic enthusiasts. The maze entry process separated the champions according to their performance in previous tasks, with Cedric and Hadrian entering first due to their tied scores from earlier challenges. The separation was probably intended to prevent collaboration, but it also created opportunities for coordinated attacks against individual champions rather than forcing hostile forces to confront multiple targets simultaneously. The interior of the maze proved to be exactly as dangerous as Hadrian's enhanced magical senses had suggested. The pathways were lined with magical creatures that had been enhanced beyond their normal capabilities, creating encounters that required advanced defensive magic and tactical thinking to navigate successfully without causing permanent harm to magical beings that were probably being coerced rather than acting from genuine hostility. Hadrian's approach to maze navigation drew upon every aspect of his Durmstrang education, from magical creature management techniques that Elena Crumb had taught him to tactical movement strategies that minimized exposure to potential ambush while maintaining awareness of changing magical environments. His progress through the initial sections of the maze was efficient and methodical, demonstrating exactly the sort of comprehensive magical competence that his alternative educational choices had been designed to develop. Each obstacle was analyzed and addressed with techniques that combined theoretical understanding with practical applications that exceeded what traditional curricula would have provided. More importantly, his navigation strategy included systematic magical mapping of maze layout and threat distribution, creating tactical information that would allow him to coordinate with other champions if circumstances required collaborative response to threats that exceeded individual capabilities. The first major obstacle involved a sphinx, whose riddle challenged not only intellectual capabilities, but also advanced magical theory related to ancient protective enchantments. Hadrian's solution demonstrated the sort of scholarly preparation that Durmstrang's theoretical curriculum emphasized, but it also required magical applications that few adult wizards would have been able to execute under pressure. The second significant challenge involved magical combat against animated constructs that had been enhanced with dark magic techniques designed to test defensive capabilities against opponents who were not constrained by normal ethical limitations on magical violence. The encounter required exactly the sort of advanced combat magic that Professor Morozov had taught him, combined with tactical thinking that treated magical conflict as a serious professional skill rather than an academic exercise. Hadrian's performance against the combat constructs was both successful and illuminating, demonstrating capabilities that clearly exceeded what any normal educational institution would have produced. His defensive magic was sophisticated enough to neutralize threats without causing unnecessary destruction, while his offensive techniques showed precision and power that impressed even the magical monitoring systems that tournament organizers had established for participant safety. However, the encounters within the maze were revealing patterns of magical construction and threat design that confirmed his suspicions about the tournament's true purpose. The obstacles were not simply challenging, they were specifically configured to test capabilities that Harry Potter might possess, and to identify potential vulnerabilities that could be exploited by hostile forces seeking to capture or eliminate the boy who lived. The realization that he was being systematically evaluated for weaknesses rather than simply competing in educational challenges fundamentally changed Hadrian's approach to maze navigation. His Durmstrang training in magical intelligence and counter-surveillance allowed him to recognize when magical encounters were designed to gather information rather than simply test competence. His response involved implementing counterintelligence techniques that would provide misleading information about his true capabilities while maintaining sufficient performance levels to advance through maze challenges. The strategy required sophisticated magical control and tactical thinking that demonstrated exactly why comprehensive international magical education was superior to traditional institutional approaches. The convergence point in the center of the maze represented the culmination of months of careful planning by parties whose agendas extended far beyond tournament competition. The Triwizard Cup that awaited the first champion to reach the maze center radiated magical energy that felt fundamentally different from what a simple trophy should possess. Hadrian's enhanced magical senses immediately identified the cup as a portkey that had been configured with destination coordinates that were not Hogwarts related. The magical signature suggested international transportation to a location that was heavily warded against detection or rescue operations. More disturbing still, the magical construction of the portkey included dark magic elements that would allow it to function as a summoning device capable of transporting multiple individuals regardless of their consent or magical resistance. The tournament trophy had been converted into a kidnapping tool designed to deliver Harry Potter to parties who possessed advanced dark magic capabilities. Cedric Diggory reached the maze center at approximately the same time as Hadrian, his presence complicating whatever plans hostile forces had made for isolating and capturing their primary target. The Hogwarts champion's obvious confusion about the magical signatures emanating from the trophy suggested that he was an unintended complication rather than a willing participant in whatever conspiracy was unfolding. "Something is wrong with the cup," Cedric said immediately upon examining the magical artifact that was supposed to represent tournament victory. "The magic feels dark and threatening rather than celebratory. It has been converted into a portkey, but not one that will return us to Hogwarts, Hadrian replied, his analysis of the magical construction revealing transportation coordinates that suggested a location far from any populated magical community. Someone wants to remove us from protective magical environments for purposes that certainly do not involve tournament celebration. Their conversation was interrupted by the sudden activation of the portkeys transportation magic, triggered by proximity rather than physical contact. The magical compulsion was powerful enough to overcome normal resistance, dragging both champions into magical transportation that deposited them in what appeared to be an ancient graveyard, far from any recognizable magical community. The location was saturated with dark magic that made Hadrian's enhanced senses recoil with warnings about immediate and extreme danger. The magical atmosphere suggested that significant dark magic rituals had been performed here recently, with lingering traces of magic that resembled techniques he had studied during his comprehensive defense curriculum. More immediately threatening was the presence of multiple hostile wizards whose magical signatures indicated advanced dark magic training and considerable experience with magical violence. The party that had orchestrated their kidnapping possessed capabilities that exceeded normal Death Eater resources, suggesting either significant preparation or assistance from magical practitioners whose competence approached professional levels. Peter Pettigrew emerged from concealment among the ancient tombstones, his appearance confirming intelligence that Sirius Black had provided about the traitor who had betrayed James and Lily Potter to Voldemort. The man's magical aura radiated fear and desperation, but also determination that suggested he was committed to whatever dark magic ritual their kidnapping was intended to facilitate. "Welcome, Harry Potter," Pettigrew said, with obvious satisfaction at having successfully delivered his target. "The Dark Lord has been most eager to renew your acquaintance and to demonstrate how much his capabilities have grown since your last encounter." The reference to Voldemort's presence sent cold dread through Hadrian's magical senses as he realized that their kidnapping was intended to facilitate the Dark Wizard's resurrection rather than simple capture or elimination. The graveyard location and dark magic preparations suggested a ritual that would restore Voldemort to physical form using Harry Potter's involuntary participation. Cedric's immediate response was to attempt magical transportation away from the obviously dangerous situation, but his efforts were blocked by anti-apparition wards that had been established around the graveyard, with professional competence that made escape impossible through normal magical means. "We need to fight our way out," Cedric said with grim determination, drawing his wand and preparing to defend himself against opponents whose magical capabilities clearly exceeded anything that normal tournament competition would have required. "Stay close and follow my lead," Hadrian replied, his tactical training allowing him to assess their situation and develop strategic responses that might allow them to survive until rescue or escape became possible. "Our only advantages are surprise about our actual capabilities and the coordination we can achieve through working together." What followed was magical combat that tested every aspect of Hadrian's Durmstrang education, while demonstrating exactly why comprehensive international magical training was essential for young wizards who might face genuine threats from experienced dark magic practitioners. The defensive magic that he deployed was sophisticated enough to protect both champions against magical attacks that would have overwhelmed wizards trained through traditional educational approaches. His offensive techniques showed precision and power that clearly surprised their attackers, who had apparently expected to face a traditionally educated student rather than someone whose magical development had been accelerated through advanced international curricula. More importantly, his tactical coordination with Cedric demonstrated the sort of collaborative magical combat that Durmstrang's practical education emphasized. Their combined magical capabilities were sufficient to create defensive positions and counterattack opportunities that individual champions would not have been able to achieve. However, their efforts to prevent whatever dark magic ritual was being prepared were complicated by the arrival of additional hostile forces and the beginning of magical procedures that clearly involved Voldemort's restoration to physical form. The dark magic energy that began emanating from a large cauldron in the center of the graveyard made it apparent that their kidnapping had been carefully timed to coincide with whatever arcane processes were required for dark wizard resurrection. The ritual itself involved magical techniques that Hadrian recognized from his advanced theoretical studies, but which were being applied with knowledge and precision that suggested access to magical information that most wizards assumed had been lost or destroyed. The combination of elements suggested that Voldemort's followers had been preparing for this moment for years and possessed resources that exceeded what most magical authorities believed possible. Pettigrew's role in the ritual involved magical procedures that required voluntary sacrifice of his own blood and magical essence to facilitate Voldemort's return to corporeal form. The man's obvious terror about what he was doing suggested that his participation was motivated by fear rather than loyalty, but his commitment to completing the ritual remained absolute, despite the personal cost. The climactic moment of Voldemort's resurrection was accompanied by magical energy releases that threatened to overwhelm the protective defenses that Hadrian and Cedric had managed to establish. The dark magic involved in restoring a destroyed wizard to physical form required power levels that exceeded normal magical limits, creating environmental hazards that were dangerous even for observers who were not direct targets of hostile action. When Voldemort emerged from the ritual cauldron in his restored physical form, his magical presence was immediately recognizable as the source of the dark magic signature that had killed Hadrian's parents years earlier. The connection was confirmed by the sympathetic resonance between their wands, which shared phoenix feather cores from the same magical creature. However, the dark wizard's assumption that Harry Potter remained the vulnerable child he had attempted to murder years earlier proved to be a fundamental miscalculation. Hadrian's comprehensive magical education and advanced defensive capabilities allowed him to engage in magical combat with Voldemort on terms that approached equality rather than the overwhelming superiority that the Dark Wizard had expected to demonstrate. The duel that followed was unlike any magical contest that had been witnessed in living memory, involving advanced magical techniques and power levels that exceeded what most adult wizards could achieve even under ideal circumstances. Hadrian's Durmstrang training in magical combat and defensive applications proved essential for survival against an opponent whose magical capabilities had been enhanced through dark magic techniques that normal magical education never addressed. More importantly, his tactical thinking and situational awareness allowed him to coordinate his own magical efforts with environmental factors and available resources in ways that maximized his chances of survival, while creating opportunities for escape or rescue. The prior incantatum effect that occurred when their matched wands locked in magical combat provided exactly the distraction and power disruption that Hadrian needed to implement emergency escape procedures that his international magical education had emphasized for situations involving overwhelming hostile force. His successful escape from the graveyard, accomplished through advanced magical techniques that combined emergency apparition with protective enchantments that could penetrate anti-transportation wards, represented validation of every educational choice he had made since rejecting Dumbledore's predetermined path for his development. The return to Hogwarts with Cedric and evidence of Voldemort's resurrection provided undeniable proof that the threats facing magical society required capabilities that exceeded what traditional educational institutions were producing. His survival of direct magical combat with the most dangerous dark wizard in living memory demonstrated exactly why comprehensive international magical education was essential for young wizards who might be targeted by hostile forces. More significantly, his successful resistance to Voldemort's magical attacks and his ability to coordinate effective tactical responses under extreme pressure proved that alternative educational approaches could produce superior results when they emphasized practical competence rather than institutional control. The political implications of his survival and successful resistance to Voldemort's resurrection ritual would fundamentally change discussions about magical education policy and student autonomy throughout the magical world. His demonstration that comprehensive magical training could enable young wizards to survive threats that would overwhelm traditionally educated students, established precedent that would benefit future generations of exceptional individuals. The boy who had rejected Hogwarts had become the young wizard who proved that independence and advanced magical education were not only compatible but essential for protecting magical society from the genuine threats that exceptional individuals might face when their capabilities made them targets for hostile political forces. As he stood in Dumbledore's office reporting on Voldemort's return and the conspiracy that had used the tournament to facilitate dark magic resurrection, Hadrian reflected on how completely his educational choices had been vindicated by events that none of the adults around him had successfully anticipated or prevented. His comprehensive magical development had provided exactly the capabilities necessary for survival and effective resistance when traditional approaches would have proven fatally inadequate. The aftermath of Voldemort's return created a political crisis that reverberated throughout the magical world with an intensity that even Hadrian Potter's comprehensive political education at Durmstrang had not fully prepared him to navigate. The Great Hall of Hogwarts buzzed with urgent conversations in multiple languages as representatives from magical governments throughout Europe struggled to process the implications of intelligence that challenged fundamental assumptions about magical security and institutional preparedness. Minister Cornelius Fudge's immediate response to Hadrian's eyewitness account of Voldemort's resurrection was denial so absolute and hysterical that it bordered on psychological breakdown. The rotund politician's refusal to accept evidence that contradicted his political convenience created an atmosphere of surreal disconnection from obvious reality that made productive discussion of defensive preparations essentially impossible. Lies and delusions, Fudge declared with the sort of desperate conviction that suggested he understood exactly how his political career would be affected by acknowledgement of Voldemort's return. Harry Potter has been subjected to foreign influences that have obviously affected his judgment and his loyalty to British magical institutions. His claims are the product of trauma and manipulation rather than accurate observation of actual events. The minister's response demonstrated exactly the sort of institutional failure that had motivated Hadrian's original decision to reject British magical education in favor of international alternatives that emphasized competence over political convenience. Fudge's denial of obvious reality represented a form of magical governance that prioritized short-term political stability over long-term magical security. Dumbledore's reaction to Voldemort's confirmed return was more complex and strategically sophisticated, but it also revealed assumptions about Harry Potter's role and responsibilities that Hadrian found deeply problematic. The elderly wizard's immediate attempts to reassert authority over Hadrian's activities and decisions suggested that he viewed the young wizard's survival as validation of his own long-term planning rather than evidence of successful independent development. "Harry," Dumbledore said during their private meeting in the headmaster's office, "the events you have witnessed and survived confirm that the magical world faces threats that require coordinated response and unified leadership. Your experiences have prepared you for responsibilities that extend far beyond individual preferences or educational choices." The conversation continued with careful diplomatic language that barely concealed Dumbledore's expectation that Harry Potter would now accept whatever role the headmaster had determined was necessary for the greater good of magical society. The approach demonstrated fundamental misunderstanding of how Hadrian's character and capabilities had evolved during his years of comprehensive international magical education. "I am willing to provide assistance against genuine threats to magical society," Hadrian replied with the diplomatic precision that his Durmstrang political education had emphasized for complex negotiations. "However, my participation will be as an independent ally rather than a subordinate following predetermined plans developed without my input or consent." The response clearly surprised Dumbledore, who had apparently expected Harry Potter's traumatic experiences to make him more dependent on adult guidance rather than more committed to autonomous decision-making. The headmaster's subsequent arguments revealed assumptions about magical authority and institutional hierarchy that seemed increasingly obsolete when applied to exceptional young wizards who possessed advanced magical capabilities and international political connections. More immediately concerning were indications that the British Ministry of Magic was preparing to implement emergency measures that would restrict the movements and activities of young wizards whose capabilities were deemed potentially dangerous or difficult to control. The proposed regulations seemed specifically designed to prevent future cases of students like Harry Potter achieving superior magical development through international educational institutions. The emergency powers under consideration included mandatory registration of exceptional magical abilities, government oversight of international magical education, and legal mechanisms for requiring young wizards to accept ministry supervision regardless of their personal preferences or family arrangements. The proposals represented exactly the sort of institutional overreach that Hadrian had been seeking to avoid through his educational and legal independence. Victor Crumb's assessment of the political situation was informed by his family's experience with magical governments during periods of crisis and upheaval. The Bulgarian wizard's perspective on emergency legislation and government authority provided valuable insights into how magical societies typically responded to external threats and internal challenges to established power structures. Emergency powers are rarely returned to citizens once crisis passes, Victor observed during one of their private strategy sessions. Your government will use Voldemort's return as justification for controlling exceptional young wizards permanently rather than temporarily. Better to establish independence now than to fight for freedom after authority becomes entrenched. The advice proved prescient as ministry officials began implementing preliminary restrictions on international magical travel and communication that would effectively isolate young British wizards from educational and political alternatives that might challenge government authority. The measures were being presented as temporary security precautions, but their scope and permanence suggested long-term policy changes rather than crisis response. Hadrian's response to these developments involved activating the international political and legal networks that he had cultivated during his time at Durmstrang. His status as a legally independent wizard with formal educational affiliations outside British jurisdiction provided protection against some forms of government overreach, but it also made him a target for more sophisticated attempts at control or elimination. The Goblin advisors at Gringotts proved invaluable during this period, providing legal expertise and financial resources that allowed Hadrian to resist government pressure while maintaining secure communication with allies throughout the magical world. Their analysis of ministry emergency legislation revealed legal vulnerabilities that could be exploited to protect exceptional young wizards from institutional overreach. More importantly, the Goblins had been monitoring magical intelligence from throughout Europe and could provide strategic assessment of how different magical governments were responding to Voldemort's confirmed return. The information revealed a complex political landscape where traditional alliances and institutional relationships were being rapidly re-evaluated in light of changing threat assessments. Your survival of direct magical combat with Voldemort has fundamentally altered international perceptions of magical threat levels and defensive requirements, the senior Goblin advisor explained during one of their encrypted consultations. Several governments are requesting information about Durmstrang's educational methods and considering reforms to their own magical training programs. The intelligence suggested that Hadrian's demonstration of advanced magical capabilities was influencing policy discussions throughout the magical world in ways that extended far beyond individual educational choices. His success in surviving Voldemort's resurrection ritual had proven that comprehensive international magical education could produce capabilities that traditional institutional approaches couldn't match. However, the political attention also created new risks and responsibilities that required careful navigation. Several magical governments were apparently considering attempts to recruit or control exceptional young wizards like Hadrian for their own defensive purposes, creating potential conflicts between personal autonomy and institutional demands for service. Sirius Black's perspective on the developing political crisis was shaped by his understanding of how magical authorities had responded to previous threats and his bitter experience with government justice and institutional loyalty. His advice emphasized the importance of maintaining independence and avoiding commitments that could compromise future freedom of action. The Ministry will try to use fear about Voldemort's return to justify controlling every aspect of your life and activities, Sirius wrote in one of his carefully encrypted communications. They will claim that exceptional wizards have obligations to serve magical society that override personal preferences about education, career, or political affiliation. The correspondence continued with detailed intelligence about Ministry planning and the various factions that were positioning themselves around Harry Potter's potential recruitment or control. Some officials genuinely believed that exceptional young wizards should be developed as weapons against dark magic threats. Others were more concerned with preventing challenges to established institutional authority, regardless of external threats. Most disturbing were indications that certain Ministry factions were considering cooperation with international magical authorities to establish precedent for government control over exceptional magical development. Such cooperation could create legal frameworks that would make independence increasingly difficult for future generations of young wizards who possessed capabilities that exceeded normal educational expectations. Karkaroff's immediate response to news of Voldemort's return was to implement enhanced security measures around Durmstrang Institute and to begin preparing for potential magical conflict that could affect international magical educational cooperation. His experience with dark magic politics during his time as a Death Eater provided valuable insights into how Voldemort's organization would likely approach strategic planning and target selection. The Dark Lord will seek to eliminate or control exceptional young wizards who possess capabilities that could threaten his plans for magical society domination, Karkaroff explained during their secure magical communication. Your survival of his resurrection ritual has identified you as a priority target whose neutralization will be essential for his long-term success. The headmaster's analysis suggested that Hadrian would face continued attempts at capture or elimination regardless of his political affiliations or institutional loyalties. Voldemort's organization would view any wizard capable of surviving direct magical combat with their leader as an existential threat that required immediate and decisive response. More importantly, Karkaroff's intelligence sources within the dark magic community suggested that Voldemort's return had been facilitated by resources and capabilities that exceeded what most magical authorities believed possible. The resurrection ritual had required advanced magical knowledge and sophisticated planning that indicated access to magical information and personnel that had not been identified or neutralized after the Dark Wizard's initial defeat. The implications for magical security and institutional preparedness were sobering. If Voldemort's organization possessed capabilities that could penetrate magical defenses and manipulate major international events like the Triwizard Tournament, then traditional approaches to magical security were clearly inadequate for protecting magical society from coordinated dark magic threats. Hermione Granger's reaction to news of Voldemort's return and the political crisis it had created was characteristically analytical and intellectually curious. Her questions about magical education policy and government authority revealed that she was beginning to understand the broader implications of Harry's educational choices and their relevance to exceptional young wizards throughout magical society. Your success at Durmstrang and your survival of Voldemort's attack proves that alternative educational approaches can produce superior results, she observed during one of their conversations about magical politics and institutional reform. Perhaps other students should have opportunities to choose international education rather than accepting whatever local institutions provide. The comment suggested that Hermione was reassessing her own educational choices and considering whether traditional British magical education provided the most comprehensive development possible for students with exceptional academic capabilities. Her intellectual honesty about institutional limitations was exactly what Hadrian had hoped to inspire through his demonstration of alternative possibilities. Their discussion continued with detailed analysis of magical education policy throughout Europe and the various approaches that different institutions use to develop exceptional magical talent. Hermione's research capabilities and analytical thinking provided valuable insights into comparative educational effectiveness and the political factors that influenced institutional policies. More significantly, her willingness to question established assumptions about magical education suggested that other exceptional students might be inspired to seek alternatives to traditional institutional limitations. If students like Hermione began pursuing international magical education, the pressure for domestic institutional reform would become irresistible. Ron Weasley's response to the political crisis was more emotionally driven, but equally revealing of changing attitudes among young wizards who were witnessing the consequences of institutional failure and government incompetence. His questions about magical preparedness and defensive training suggested growing awareness that traditional educational approaches might be inadequate for the realities of magical conflict. "You were right to go to Durmstrang," Ron admitted with obvious reluctance. "They taught you things that kept you alive when everyone else would have died. Maybe the rest of us should have had those same opportunities, instead of just following what adults told us to do." The acknowledgement represented a fundamental shift in perspective for someone who had initially viewed Harry's educational choices as unnecessary rebellion rather than strategic preparation for genuine challenges. Ron's recognition of institutional inadequacy suggested that broader political change might be possible if enough young wizards began demanding better preparation and more comprehensive educational opportunities. As the immediate crisis stabilized and various factions began positioning themselves for long-term political struggle, Hadrian found himself at the center of debates about magical education policy, government authority, and individual rights that would influence magical society for generations. His choices about cooperation and independence would establish precedent for how exceptional young wizards related to institutional authority and political demands. The correspondence from Durmstrang faculty during this period provided reassurance that his international educational affiliations would remain strong regardless of British government pressure or political developments. The Institute's commitment to comprehensive magical education and student autonomy represented values that transcended national boundaries and political convenience. "Your achievements have demonstrated the effectiveness of our educational philosophy and the importance of developing exceptional magical talent without artificial limitations," Professor Yaxley wrote in one of his encrypted communications. "Durmstrang Institute will continue to support your independence and your right to choose your own path toward magical excellence." The support from international magical educators was particularly important as British political authorities increased pressure for Harry Potter to accept traditional institutional arrangements and government oversight. The ability to maintain educational and political connections outside British jurisdiction provided crucial alternatives to domestic political control. Perhaps most importantly, the crisis had revealed the fundamental inadequacy of traditional approaches to magical development and institutional authority when faced with genuine threats that required exceptional capabilities and innovative thinking. Hadrian's survival and success had proven that independence and comprehensive education were not luxuries for exceptional individuals, but necessities for protecting magical society from forces that traditional institutions were unprepared to handle. The meetings with ministry officials that followed Voldemort's confirmed return were conducted with diplomatic formality that barely concealed fundamental disagreements about magical authority and individual autonomy. Hadrian's legal independence and international political connections provided protection against direct coercion, but they also made him a target for more sophisticated attempts at manipulation and control. "Mr. Potter," Minister Fudge said during one particularly tense negotiation session, "the magical world faces unprecedented threats that require unified response under established governmental authority. Your unique capabilities and experiences make you valuable for defensive planning, but your cooperation must be coordinated through proper institutional channels. I am willing to provide assistance against genuine threats to magical society, Hadrian replied with diplomatic precision that his international political education had emphasized for complex negotiations involving government authority. However, my participation will be based on strategic assessment of effectiveness rather than institutional hierarchy or political convenience. The response demonstrated exactly the sort of independent thinking that made exceptional young wizards both valuable and threatening to established political structures. Hadrian's refusal to accept automatic government authority represented a challenge to assumptions about institutional control that extended far beyond individual preferences to fundamental questions about magical society organization. As the political crisis continued to develop, Hadrian began planning for long-term challenges that would require sustained effort and strategic coordination with allies throughout the magical world. His experience with Voldemort's resurrection had proven that traditional magical security was inadequate, but it had also demonstrated that comprehensive international education could provide capabilities that might be essential for protecting magical society from future threats. The boy who had rejected Dumbledore's predetermined path was becoming the young man who would help define new approaches to magical development, institutional authority, and individual rights in a magical world that faced genuine existential threats. His choices about cooperation and independence would influence how magical society prepared for challenges that required exceptional capabilities and innovative thinking rather than simply institutional compliance and political convenience. The future remained uncertain, but Hadrian felt confident that his educational choices had provided exactly the preparation necessary for whatever complex challenges lay ahead. His survival of direct confrontation with magical society's greatest threat had vindicated every decision he had made about independence, excellence, and the pursuit of comprehensive magical education, regardless of political pressure or institutional expectations. 5 years had passed since Hadrian Potter graduated from Durmstrang Institute with the highest magical honors in the school's centuries-long history, and the magical world had transformed in ways that even his comprehensive political education had not fully anticipated. The young man who stood at the window of his secure office in Prague, watching snow fall over a city that had become the unofficial center of international magical cooperation, bore little resemblance to the uncertain 11-year-old who had once rejected Hogwarts in favor of an unknown northern castle and an uncertain future. The office itself represented the culmination of choices made in spite and determination that had evolved into something far more significant than personal rebellion. As Director of International Magical Defense Coordination, Hadrian commanded resources and wielded influence that extended throughout the magical communities of Europe and beyond. The position had been created specifically to address the sort of complex magical threats that traditional institutional approaches had proven inadequate to handle. More importantly, it represented recognition that exceptional individuals could indeed forge their own paths toward effectiveness and excellence when they refused to accept the limitations that others found convenient or politically manageable. The boy who had rejected Dumbledore's predetermined role had become the man who was defining new approaches to magical cooperation and defense coordination. The correspondence that arrived each morning through secure magical channels provided daily confirmation that his educational choices and career development had produced exactly the sort of comprehensive magical competence that the magical world desperately needed. Reports from magical governments throughout Europe described successful operations against dark magic threats, innovative defensive techniques, and collaborative approaches that were proving superior to traditional institutional responses. Astrid Eriksson entered the office with the quiet efficiency that had characterized her approach to magical work since their graduation from Durmstrang and subsequent marriage 2 years earlier. Her own career as a specialist in magical creature management and runic defensive systems complemented Hadrian's work in ways that made them one of the most formidable magical partnerships in contemporary European magical society. The Ministry of Magic is requesting another consultation about their aura training reforms, she reported, with the slight smile that suggested she found British institutional adaptation both inevitable and somewhat amusing. Apparently, their traditional approaches are producing graduates who cannot handle the sort of magical threats that have become routine since Voldemort's return. Hadrian nodded, having anticipated such requests as British magical authorities gradually acknowledged that their educational and training methods required fundamental revision to address contemporary magical threats. The process had been slow and politically painful, but it was producing exactly the sort of institutional change that his individual choices had been designed to demonstrate was both necessary and possible. The transformation of British magical education had begun with a trickle of exceptional students seeking alternatives to traditional institutional limitations, but it had accelerated dramatically as parents and students witnessed the superior preparation that international magical education could provide. Hogwarts now offered exchange programs with Durmstrang and other international institutions, and their curriculum had been extensively revised to include practical magical defense and advanced theoretical applications. More significantly, the legal frameworks governing magical education had been reformed to acknowledge student autonomy and parental choice in educational arrangements. The emergency legislation that had been proposed during the initial crisis following Voldemort's return had been rejected in favor of policies that emphasized excellence and comprehensive preparation rather than institutional control and political convenience. Hermione Granger had been among the first British students to pursue graduate studies at Durmstrang, completing an advanced degree in magical innovation that had launched her career as one of Europe's leading experts in spell development and magical theory. Her success had inspired dozens of other exceptional students to seek international educational opportunities that traditional British institutions had not provided. Your influence on magical education policy has been more profound than most political movements achieve through decades of organized effort, Hermione had written in her most recent letter. Individual excellence and demonstrated success proved more persuasive than any amount of theoretical argument about institutional reform. The comment reflected broader changes in how magical society approached questions of individual development and institutional authority. Hadrian's demonstration that exceptional young wizards could achieve superior results through independent choices had established precedent that was being applied throughout magical communities where traditional approaches had proven inadequate. Victor Crumb's career as an international magical defense consultant had flourished as magical governments throughout Europe sought expertise in training methods that could produce wizards capable of handling contemporary magical threats. His family's traditional approaches to magical education were being studied and adapted by institutions that had previously dismissed such methods as outdated or inappropriate. The collaboration between them had evolved into a formal partnership that provided magical defense consulting to governments and organizations throughout the magical world. Their combined expertise in advanced magical techniques, tactical thinking, and international cooperation was producing innovations in magical security that were being adopted as standard practices by magical law enforcement agencies. Your demonstration that comprehensive magical education can produce capabilities that traditional institutions cannot match has fundamentally changed how exceptional talent is identified and developed, Victor had observed during their most recent strategic planning session. We are now training wizards who will be prepared for challenges that previous generations could not have imagined. The observation was particularly relevant given the ongoing magical conflicts that had emerged throughout Europe as Voldemort's organization attempted to establish territorial control and recruit magical practitioners to their cause. The traditional approaches to magical law enforcement and defensive magic had proven inadequate against enemies who possessed advanced magical capabilities and were willing to use techniques that conventional magical education had not addressed. Hadrian's approach to these challenges emphasized the sort of innovative tactical thinking and comprehensive magical competence that his Durmstrang education had developed. Rather than simply responding to dark magic threats with conventional defensive measures, his organizations were developing proactive strategies that addressed the underlying magical and political factors that allowed such threats to develop and persist. The most successful operations had involved international cooperation between magical practitioners who possessed complementary expertise and were not constrained by institutional limitations or political boundaries. The collaborative approaches were proving more effective than traditional law enforcement methods that emphasized jurisdiction and hierarchy over magical competence and tactical flexibility. Sirius Black's role in these developments had evolved from fugitive godfather to senior advisor for magical intelligence and strategic planning. His experience with both sides of magical conflict provided valuable insights into dark magic psychology and organizational patterns that informed defensive strategies throughout the magical world. Your refusal to accept predetermined roles and limitations has created possibilities that none of us anticipated when you first rejected Hogwarts, Sirius had written in his most recent strategic assessment. The independence you fought for as a student has become the foundation for magical cooperation that transcends national boundaries and institutional constraints. The intelligence networks that Hadrian had developed during his time at Durmstrang had evolved into sophisticated information-sharing systems that provided early warning about dark magic activities throughout Europe and beyond. The collaborative approach to magical intelligence was producing strategic advantages that individual magical governments had been unable to achieve through traditional methods. More importantly, the success of these international cooperative efforts was demonstrating that magical society could function more effectively when exceptional individuals were given freedom to develop their capabilities and pursue their own assessment of how their talents could best serve magical society, rather than being constrained by institutional expectations and political convenience. The recent operation in Romania had exemplified this collaborative approach, involving magical practitioners from 6 different countries working together to neutralize a dark magic research facility that traditional law enforcement had been unable to locate or penetrate. The success had required exactly the sort of innovative magical techniques and tactical thinking that comprehensive international magical education emphasized. Hadrian's personal contribution to the operation had involved advanced magical detection techniques that he had developed through independent research, building upon theoretical foundations established during his Durmstrang studies. The magical innovations were being adopted by magical law enforcement agencies throughout Europe as standard techniques for detecting and countering sophisticated dark magic concealment. The operation had also demonstrated the effectiveness of tactical coordination between magical practitioners who possessed diverse specializations and were trained to think creatively about magical problem solving rather than simply following predetermined procedures. The collaborative approach had achieved objectives that would have been impossible for traditional institutional responses. Klaus Zimmermann's development as a magical security specialist had provided additional validation of the educational approaches that emphasized practical competence over institutional compliance. His expertise in magical threat assessment and defensive planning was being utilized by magical governments throughout Eastern Europe, where dark magic activities remained particularly problematic. The practical experience that we gained through comprehensive international education has proven invaluable for addressing real-world magical threats, Klaus had reported during their most recent operational review. Traditional magical education simply does not prepare practitioners for the complexity and sophistication of contemporary dark magic challenges. The assessment reflected broader recognition that magical education needed to evolve beyond traditional institutional limitations if magical society hoped to protect itself from threats that required innovative thinking and advanced magical capabilities. The success of Durmstrang graduates in addressing such challenges was influencing educational policy throughout the magical world. Dmitry Volkov's career as a magical researcher had produced innovations in defensive magic that were being implemented by magical communities throughout Europe. His natural magical strength, combined with theoretical understanding, developed through comprehensive education, was generating new approaches to magical protection that exceeded traditional defensive techniques. The magical artifacts and defensive systems that Dmitri had developed were particularly effective against the sort of coordinated dark magic attacks that Voldemort's organization favored. The innovations were being manufactured and distributed through international magical cooperation networks that transcended traditional commercial and political boundaries. Your success in developing practical magical solutions through independent research demonstrates exactly why exceptional individuals need freedom to pursue their own assessment of how their capabilities can best serve magical society. Dmitri had observed during their collaboration on advanced defensive systems. The afternoon brought meetings with representatives from magical governments throughout Europe who were seeking consultation about magical education reform and defensive training improvements. The discussions covered everything from curriculum development to instructor training to the legal frameworks that governed magical education and student autonomy. The conversations reflected growing recognition that traditional approaches to magical education were inadequate for preparing young wizards to handle contemporary magical challenges. The success of international magical cooperation and the demonstrated effectiveness of comprehensive educational approaches were driving policy changes throughout magical communities that had previously resisted educational innovation. Perhaps most significantly, the meetings included discussions about establishing new international magical institutions that would emphasize excellence and comprehensive preparation rather than institutional control and political convenience. The proposed schools would draw upon the most effective educational approaches from throughout the magical world rather than being constrained by national traditions or political limitations. Your demonstration that individual excellence can drive institutional change has inspired educational innovations that will benefit generations of exceptional young wizards, one of the government representatives observed during their strategic planning session. The evening brought correspondence from Dumbledore, whose letters had evolved from attempts to reassert control over Harry Potter's activities to respectful requests for consultation about magical defense and educational policy. The transformation reflected broader changes in how magical society approached questions of institutional authority and individual autonomy. Hadrian, Dumbledore wrote with careful formality that acknowledged their changed relationship. Your insights into magical education and defense coordination continue to prove invaluable for addressing challenges that traditional approaches have proven inadequate to handle. I hope we might discuss potential collaboration on magical defense innovations that could benefit magical communities throughout Europe. The correspondence represented acknowledgement that Hadrian's rejection of traditional institutional arrangements had produced superior results rather than the rebellious failure that many had predicted. The recognition from someone whose authority he had challenged was particularly satisfying validation of choices made in spite and determination that had evolved into genuine expertise and international influence. The final correspondence of the day came from current Durmstrang students who were following educational and career paths inspired by Hadrian's demonstration that exceptional individuals could forge their own approaches to magical development and social contribution. Their letters described research projects, international collaborations, and innovative approaches to magical challenges that extended the principles he had established through his own choices. Your example has shown us that magical excellence requires challenging assumptions and pursuing comprehensive education rather than simply accepting whatever limitations others find convenient, one student wrote. We are developing capabilities that will allow us to address magical challenges that previous generations could not have imagined. As Hadrian reviewed the day's activities and planned for the challenges that tomorrow would bring, he reflected on how completely his life had vindicated the choices made by an 11-year-old boy who had refused to accept the comfortable assumptions that adults had made about his future. The spite that had motivated his initial rejection of Hogwarts had evolved into determination to demonstrate that exceptional individuals could achieve superior results when they were given freedom to pursue comprehensive magical education and development. The magical world had indeed changed in response to his individual choices and demonstrated success. Educational policies throughout Europe now emphasized student autonomy and excellence rather than institutional control and political convenience. Magical cooperation transcended national boundaries and traditional limitations. Exceptional young wizards had opportunities to develop their full potential rather than accepting whatever arrangements adults found manageable. Most importantly, magical society was better prepared to address genuine threats because exceptional individuals had been given freedom to develop innovative approaches and comprehensive capabilities rather than being constrained by traditional institutional expectations and political limitations. Astrid joined him at the window overlooking Prague's magical quarter, where lights were beginning to appear in windows throughout the district as evening settled over the city that had become their home and the center of their work together. "Do you ever regret rejecting Hogwarts and pursuing the path that brought us here?" she asked, with the direct curiosity that had always characterized her approach to complex questions. "Never," Hadrian replied without hesitation. "Every choice we made in pursuit of comprehensive magical education and independent development has proven exactly correct. The magical world is safer and more effective because exceptional individuals were given freedom to determine how their capabilities could best serve magical society." They stood together watching the magical lights of Prague as evening deepened into night. Two accomplished magical practitioners whose careers had been built upon the foundation of educational choices that emphasized excellence over compliance and innovation over tradition. Their success represented validation not only of their individual decisions, but of principles that were influencing magical education and cooperation throughout the magical world. The boy who had rejected Dumbledore's predetermined path had become the man who was helping to define new approaches to magical excellence that would benefit generations of exceptional individuals who deserved opportunities to develop their full potential rather than accepting the limitations that others found convenient or politically manageable. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities to demonstrate that independence and excellence were not only compatible, but essential for protecting magical society from the complex threats that it faced in an increasingly dangerous world. The magical innovations and international cooperation that they were developing would provide the foundation for magical security and educational excellence that could serve magical communities for decades to come. As they prepared to leave the office and return to their home in the magical quarter of Prague, Hadrian felt profound satisfaction that his choices had produced exactly the sort of life and career that he had hoped to achieve when he first decided to reject comfortable assumptions in favor of challenging pursuit of magical excellence and personal autonomy. The spite had long since evolved into determination, the determination into expertise, and the expertise into international influence that was making magical society more effective and more just for exceptional individuals who deserved freedom to pursue their own vision of magical competence and social contribution. The future remained challenging, but it was a future that Hadrian Potter had chosen for himself based on his own assessment of what magical society needed and what he could contribute when given freedom to develop his capabilities without artificial limitations or institutional constraints. And that freedom had made all the difference, not only for his individual success, but for the magical world that had been transformed by his demonstration that exceptional individuals could indeed achieve superior results when they refused to accept the limitations that others found convenient or politically manageable. The journey to Diagon Alley proved to be everything Hadrian Potter had hoped for, and nothing like what Rubeus Hagrid had expected. The giant gamekeeper had clearly anticipated that one glimpse of the magical world would overwhelm the boy's rebellious notions and send him running gratefully back to Dumbledore's carefully laid plans. Instead, Hadrian approached each new wonder with the methodical precision of someone conducting research, rather than the wide-eyed amazement of a typical 11-year-old discovering magic for the first time. They arrived at the leaky cauldron through means that Hadrian filed away for future investigation. The ability to travel instantly between locations struck him as exactly the sort of magic that would be useful for someone who might need to escape dangerous situations quickly. The pub itself was a revelation in controlled chaos, filled with witches and wizards going about their daily business with casual displays of magic that made his heart race with possibility. Tom the barkeeper recognized him immediately, of course. "Harry Potter," he breathed, coming around the bar with his hands outstretched, as if approaching something precious and fragile. "Bless my soul, Harry Potter in my pub. Such an honor. Such an absolute honor." The attention was immediately uncomfortable. Within moments, a crowd had gathered, all wanting to shake his hand and tell him how honored they were to meet the boy who lived. Hadrian endured it with polite patience, but he made mental notes about the disadvantages of fame and the way people seemed to think they had some sort of claim on his attention simply because of something that had happened to him as an infant. Professor Quirrell from Hogwarts was among the crowd, a nervous man with a persistent stutter who seemed to jump at shadows. He shook Hadrian's hand with fingers that trembled noticeably, muttering about how pleased he was to meet such a famous student and how much he was looking forward to having Hadrian in his defense against the dark arts classes. "I may not be attending Hogwarts, Professor," Hadrian said quietly, and the entire pub seemed to go silent at once. Quirrell blinked rapidly behind his thick glasses. "Not attending," he repeated faintly. "But surely, Mr. Potter, you cannot be serious. Hogwarts is the finest school of witchcraft and wizardry in Britain." "I am sure it is an excellent institution," Hadrian replied diplomatically. "However, I am considering my options for magical education, including schools that might offer more comprehensive curricula." The crowd began muttering among themselves, clearly shocked by this unprecedented development. Tom the barkeeper looked as if someone had just announced that gravity had been cancelled for the remainder of the week. Hagrid shuffled his enormous feet and avoided meeting anyone's eyes. Hadrian used the distraction to extract himself from the crowd and follow Hagrid through the brick wall entrance to Diagon Alley proper. The sight that greeted him was everything he had imagined magical commerce might look like. Shops lined the cobblestone street, their windows displaying everything from spell books to cauldrons, to what appeared to be a cage full of miniature dragons breathing actual fire. But before they could begin shopping, Hadrian had business to conduct that did not involve Hagrid's supervision. "I need to visit Gringotts Bank," he announced, studying the gleaming white building that dominated the far end of the alley. "Course you do," Hagrid agreed readily. "Need to get your school money sorted. I have the key right here." Hadrian held up a hand to stop him. "I appreciate the assistance, but I would prefer to handle my financial affairs privately. Perhaps you could recommend a good bookstore where I could research international magical schools while you attend to other business." Hagrid looked confused and somewhat hurt by this dismissal. "But Harry, I am supposed to help you get your school things sorted." "And I will purchase everything I need," Hadrian assured him. "But first, I need to understand my financial situation and my options. Surely you can understand the wisdom of gathering information before making important decisions." The giant clearly wanted to argue, but Hadrian's polite firmness left little room for objection. Finally, Hagrid pointed toward a shop with books spilling out of its windows and onto the sidewalk. "Flourish and Blots has all the school books," he said reluctantly, "and plenty of other magical texts besides. I suppose I could go get your cauldron and such while you browse." "That would be very helpful," Hadrian said with genuine gratitude. "Shall we meet back here in 2 hours?" Hagrid nodded and lumbered off toward the apothecary, clearly hoping that a couple of hours alone in the magical world would cure Hadrian of his independent notions. Instead, it had precisely the opposite effect. The goblins at Gringotts were exactly what Hadrian had hoped for, creatures who dealt in facts and figures rather than sentiment and tradition. The goblin who examined his key introduced himself as Griphook and led him deep into the underground vaults with professional efficiency. The Potter family vault was a revelation that left Hadrian speechless for several long moments. Gold, silver, and bronze coins were piled in heaps that reached nearly to the ceiling. There was enough money here to fund several lifetimes of comfortable living, let alone a magical education at any school in the world. More importantly, there were documents. Griphook waited patiently while Hadrian examined the contents of an ornate wooden chest that had been placed near the vault entrance. Inside were copies of legal documents, including his parents' will, their marriage certificate, and what appeared to be several contracts and agreements related to his guardianship. The will was particularly illuminating. James and Lily Potter had indeed named Sirius Black as Hadrian's guardian in the event of their deaths. However, there was also a provision for alternative arrangements should Sirius be unable to fulfill his duties. The will specifically mentioned that funds should be made available for Hadrian's magical education at any institution of his choosing, with explicit language stating that this choice should be made by Hadrian himself once he reached the age of magical majority, or earlier if circumstances warranted independent decision-making. There was no mention of Dumbledore anywhere in the document. Even more interesting was a letter sealed with the Potter family crest and addressed to Hadrian himself. With Griphook's permission, he opened it carefully and read the elegant handwriting that had presumably belonged to his mother. "My dearest son," the letter began, "if you are reading this, then James and I have failed to protect you and ourselves from the dangers that threaten our world. We hope that you will forgive us for the choices we made and the risks we took in trying to fight against the darkness that threatens everything we hold dear. We have made arrangements for your care with James's best friend Sirius, who loves you almost as much as we do. However, we know that the war may claim many good people, and we want you to know that your education and your future are your own to determine. The Potter family has always believed that knowledge is the greatest protection against those who would do us harm, and we want you to seek out that knowledge wherever it may be found. Do not let anyone, no matter how well-intentioned, make decisions about your life without your input. Do not accept limitations placed upon your learning, because others fear what you might become. You are our son, and we trust you to choose wisely and act with honor, regardless of what path that might take you. We love you more than words can express, and we believe in your strength and your wisdom even though we may not be there to guide you. Make us proud by becoming the man you choose to be, not the man others expect you to become. All our love, Mother and Father." Hadrian read the letter 3 times before carefully folding it and placing it in his pocket. His parents had explicitly encouraged him to make his own choices about his education and his future. They had warned him against allowing others to make decisions on his behalf, and they had emphasized the importance of seeking knowledge wherever it could be found, regardless of others' fears about what he might become. It was exactly the validation he had needed for the course of action he was already determined to pursue. Griphook had remained diplomatically silent during this revelation, but when Hadrian looked up, the goblin's dark eyes were shrewd with understanding. "I believe I need to speak with someone about international banking arrangements," Hadrian said quietly, "and I may need advice about legal matters related to my guardianship and education." The goblin smiled, revealing sharp teeth that suggested he found such requests much more interesting than simple vault withdrawals. "I believe we can assist with both matters, Mr. Potter. There are certain advantages to conducting business with Gringotts that extend far beyond simple money storage." What followed was the most educational hour of Hadrian's life to date. Gringotts, it transpired, maintained relationships with magical banks and legal institutions throughout the world. They could facilitate international school applications, arrange for currency exchange, and even provide discreet communication services for clients who valued privacy in their educational and personal affairs. More importantly, they could provide legal advice about emancipation procedures for young wizards whose guardianship arrangements had been made without proper legal authorization. "It seems," Griphook said delicately, "that certain irregularities exist in the placement of your guardianship, Mr. Potter. While we cannot provide specific legal advice, We can certainly connect you with qualified magical solicitors who specialize in such matters. Hadrian made arrangements for several substantial money bags to be prepared, along with international banking credentials that would allow him to access his funds from any Gringotts-affiliated institution in the world. He also requested that Gringotts begin researching the legal requirements for emancipation of magical minors in Britain, as well as the procedures for enrolling in international magical schools without parental or guardian consent. Armed with both money and information, Hadrian made his way to Flourish and Blotz with a sense of purpose that had been entirely absent from his life until yesterday. The bookstore was everything he had hoped for, and more. Books on every conceivable magical subject filled shelves that reached impossible heights, and the proprietor was more than happy to assist a young wizard with such obvious enthusiasm for learning. "I need comprehensive information about international magical schools," Hadrian announced without preamble, "particularly schools that offer advanced curricula in defense against dark magic." The proprietor, a thin wizard with ink-stained fingers and wire-rimmed spectacles, practically lit up with professional enthusiasm. "Ah, a student interested in comparative magical education. Excellent. Excellent. We have several volumes that should interest you greatly." What followed was a treasure trove of information that made Hadrian's decision-making process both easier and more complex simultaneously. There were indeed multiple options for magical education beyond Hogwarts, each with their own strengths and specializations. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France emphasized elegance and refinement, with particularly strong programs in charms, transfiguration, and magical creature studies. Their graduates were known for their sophisticated magic and their ability to perform complex spells with minimal effort. Durmstrang Institute, located somewhere in the mountains of northern Europe, took a more practical approach to magical education. They were famous for their advanced defense curricula, including comprehensive study of dark magic and its applications. Their students were typically older when they graduated and were known for their formidable magical abilities and their understanding of combat magic. There were other schools as well: Ilvermorny in America, Mahutukoro in Japan, Ouagadougou in Africa. Each had their own traditions and areas of expertise. But it was the information about Durmstrang that captured Hadrian's attention most completely. The current headmaster was Igor Karkaroff, a former Death Eater who had turned informant after Voldemort's defeat. The school had a reputation for accepting students from all backgrounds and focusing on practical magical applications rather than theoretical study. Most intriguingly, they offered advanced courses in what they called comprehensive defense, which included detailed study of dark magic, curse-breaking, and magical combat techniques. Their admission requirements were more rigorous than most schools, emphasizing demonstrated magical ability rather than family connections or geographical convenience. Students were expected to pass entrance examinations in multiple subjects and demonstrate both intellectual curiosity and emotional maturity. It was exactly what Hadrian had been hoping to find. He purchased copies of the Durmstrang admission materials, along with books on international magical law, advanced defense techniques, and magical theory that extended far beyond what would typically be taught to first-year students anywhere. The proprietor seemed delighted to encounter a young customer with such academic ambitions, and he threw in several additional volumes that he thought might be useful for someone pursuing advanced magical study. By the time Hagrid found him again, Hadrian had transformed himself from a confused 11-year-old into a young wizard with a clear plan for his immediate future. He had also acquired enough books to stock a small library, all of which he had carefully shrunk and placed in an enchanted bag that the proprietor had included as part of his substantial purchase. "Find everything you were looking for, then?" Hagrid asked, and there was something forced about his cheerful tone that suggested he was hoping the answer would be no. "I found exactly what I needed," Hadrian replied honestly. "The magical world offers far more educational opportunities than I had realized. I am very grateful for the information." They completed the rest of his shopping with efficient professionalism. Cauldrons, scales, telescopes, and all the other equipment that any magical student would need, regardless of which school they ultimately attended. Hadrian also purchased a wand from Ollivander's, a process that proved both fascinating and somewhat unsettling. The wand-maker was an elderly wizard with silver eyes that seemed to see far more than was comfortable. He fitted Hadrian with dozens of wands before finally finding one that responded to his magic with a shower of golden sparks. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. The phoenix whose feather rested in this wand had given one other feather, and that other feather became the core of the wand that gave Harry his scar. It was a connection to Voldemort that Hadrian found deeply disturbing. The idea that his wand shared a magical core with the weapon that had murdered his parents struck him as exactly the sort of mystical nonsense that adults use to justify making decisions about his life without consulting him. "Is there another wand that might work equally well?" he asked politely. Ollivander looked genuinely surprised by the question. "But my boy, the wand chooses the wizard. This is clearly your wand." "I understand that," Hadrian replied patiently. "However, I would prefer not to carry a weapon that shares a magical connection with the creature that murdered my parents. Surely there must be alternatives." After considerable searching and testing, they found a second wand that responded well to Hadrian's magic. Yew and dragonheart string, 12 inches, slightly yielding. It produced magic that felt more controlled somehow, less wild than the holly wand, but equally powerful. "An unusual choice," Ollivander murmured, as he wrapped the yew wand carefully. "Yew is associated with death and rebirth, with transformation and protection. Dragonheart string cores are known for their power and their loyalty to their wizard. It should serve you well in whatever challenges you choose to face." Hadrian paid for the wand with a sense of satisfaction that had nothing to do with its magical properties. He had rejected the mystical connection to his enemy in favor of a tool that he had chosen based on his own preferences. It was a small victory, but it felt significant nonetheless. The journey back to Privet Drive was conducted in relative silence. Hagrid made several attempts to restart their conversation about Hogwarts, but Hadrian's responses were polite and non-committal. He had made his decision, and no amount of well-intentioned pressure was going to change his mind. That evening, alone in his bedroom for the first time since learning about magic, Hadrian began the process of applying to Durmstrang Institute. The application materials were comprehensive and demanding, requiring essays about his educational goals, his understanding of magical theory, and his reasons for seeking admission to their institution specifically. He wrote with the careful precision of someone who understood that his entire future might depend on making the right impression. He described his desire to receive the most comprehensive magical education possible, his belief that understanding dark magic was essential for defending against it, and his conviction that magical knowledge should not be limited by geographical boundaries or traditional expectations. He also wrote about his parents' murder and his determination to ensure that he would never be as helpless as they had been when Voldemort came for their family. The owl that would carry his application was a magnificent northern eagle owl that he had purchased from the Aelops Owl Emporium, along with his other school supplies. Hedwig, he had decided to name her, after a saint he had read about in one of Aunt Petunia's magazines. She was beautiful and intelligent and entirely his own, the first living creature that belonged to him rather than being assigned to watch over him by someone else. 3 days later, he received his first official visitor since Hagrid's departure. Professor McGonagall arrived at Privet Drive with the brisk efficiency of someone accustomed to handling difficult situations. She was a stern-looking witch with greying hair pulled back in a tight bun, and spectacles that reflected light in a way that made her eyes difficult to read. The Dursleys showed her into the living room with the sort of terrified politeness that they typically reserved for tax inspectors and police officers. "Mr. Potter," she began without preamble, "I understand that you have some concerns about your acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "I have no concerns about my acceptance, Professor," Hadrian replied politely. "I have concerns about whether Hogwarts offers the educational opportunities that best serve my needs and interests." McGonagall studied him with the expression of someone trying to solve a particularly complex transfiguration problem. "You are 11 years old, Mr. Potter. Perhaps you might allow adults with more experience to determine what educational opportunities best serve your needs. Adults with more experience placed me with relatives who forced me to live in a cupboard for 10 years, Hadrian pointed out calmly. Adults with more experience decided that I should grow up ignorant of my own heritage and the circumstances of my parents' deaths. Forgive me if I have developed some skepticism about the wisdom of allowing others to make important decisions on my behalf without my input. The professor's lips tightened into a thin line that suggested she was not accustomed to having her authority questioned by children. Professor Dumbledore had very good reasons for the arrangements he made regarding your upbringing. I am sure he believed his reasons were good, Hadrian agreed. Unfortunately, the results suggest that his judgment may have been flawed. I have decided to take a more active role in determining my own future. What followed was a conversation that lasted nearly 2 hours and covered everything from magical theory to international wizarding law to the specific advantages and disadvantages of different educational philosophies. McGonagall was clearly brilliant and deeply knowledgeable about magic, but she was also absolutely convinced that Hogwarts represented the only acceptable option for Harry Potter's education. Hadrian listened respectfully to her arguments and responded with questions that demonstrated both his growing knowledge of the magical world and his unwillingness to be swayed by appeals to tradition or authority. Finally, McGonagall played what she clearly considered her strongest card. "Professor Dumbledore would very much like to meet with you personally to discuss your concerns," she said. "He has a great deal of experience with young wizards who feel overwhelmed by the expectations placed upon them." "I would be happy to meet with Professor Dumbledore," Hadrian replied immediately. "I have several questions about the decisions he made regarding my upbringing and his plans for my future. When would be convenient for him?" McGonagall looked as if she had expected this offer to end the conversation, not extend it. "I will need to check his schedule," she said carefully. "Of course," Hadrian agreed pleasantly. "Please let him know that I am particularly interested in discussing the legal basis for his guardianship decisions and his authority to make educational arrangements on my behalf. I have been doing some research into magical law, and I find the subject quite fascinating." The professor left Privet Drive looking distinctly less confident than she had upon arrival. Hadrian suspected that her report to Dumbledore would be considerably different from what either of them had expected. Over the following weeks, he received a steady stream of visitors, each apparently hoping to succeed where others had failed. Hagrid returned twice, bringing rock cakes and increasingly desperate appeals to his better nature. A wizard named Kingsley Shacklebolt stopped by to discuss the importance of staying close to protective magic that Dumbledore had apparently placed around Privet Drive. Even a representative from the Ministry of Magic made an appearance to ensure that Harry Potter was receiving proper guidance about his magical education. Hadrian was polite to all of them. He listened carefully to their arguments, asked thoughtful questions, and remained absolutely immovable in his decision to pursue alternatives to Hogwarts. The breakthrough came 6 weeks after his first trip to Diagon Alley, when an elegant northern owl delivered a letter bearing the Durmstrang Institute seal. The parchment was heavy and expensive, with writing that managed to be both formal and personally engaging. "Dear Mr. Potter," the letter began, "we have received your application for admission to Durmstrang Institute and find ourselves most intrigued by your educational goals and academic interests. Your essay regarding the importance of comprehensive magical defense was particularly impressive, demonstrating a maturity of thought that is unusual in applicants of your age. We understand that your situation is somewhat unique, given your fame in the British wizarding community, and the expectations that others may have regarding your educational choices. Please be assured that Durmstrang Institute has always prided itself on accepting students based on merit and potential rather than external pressures or geographical convenience. We would like to invite you to visit our institution for a personal interview and assessment. This will give you an opportunity to experience our educational environment firsthand and allow our faculty to evaluate your readiness for our advanced curriculum. If you are interested in pursuing this opportunity, please respond by OWL within 2 weeks. We will make arrangements for your transportation and accommodation. Yours in the pursuit of magical excellence, Headmaster Igor Karkaroff. Hadrian read the letter 3 times before carefully folding it and placing it with his other important documents. Durmstrang was interested. More than interested, they were actively recruiting him despite his age and the obvious complications that would arise from accepting the famous Harry Potter as a student. He wrote his response that same evening, accepting their invitation and expressing his enthusiasm for the opportunity to experience their educational approach firsthand. Hedwig delivered the letter with the sort of efficiency that made him grateful for her companionship and intelligence. The reply came within days, along with detailed travel arrangements and a reading list of materials he should review before his visit. Hadrian would travel to Norway by magical means on the 15th of August, spend 3 days at Durmstrang for interviews and assessment, and return with a final decision about his educational future. For the first time since receiving his Hogwarts letter, Hadrian felt genuinely excited about his future. He was going to have choices, real choices made with full information and complete autonomy. Whatever happened next, it would be his decision, based on his own assessment of what was best for his life and his goals. The boy who had lived in a cupboard was becoming the young man who refused to live in anyone else's expectations. And if that meant rejecting the most famous magical school in Britain in favor of an institution that most British wizards viewed with suspicion and concern, then so be it. After all, the most famous wizards in Britain had already demonstrated the limitations of their judgment when it came to Harry Potter's welfare. Perhaps it was time to see what the rest of the magical world had to offer someone who was determined to write his own story rather than live out someone else's predetermined script. The future was finally beginning to look like something worth fighting for. The magical ship that carried Hadrian Potter away from British shores was unlike anything he could have imagined in his most ambitious dreams. The vessel appeared to be constructed from some dark northern wood that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the late summer sunlight, and its sails bore runic symbols that glowed with their own inner fire when the wind caught them properly. Most remarkably, the ship moved through the water without leaving any wake, as if the North Sea itself was parting respectfully to allow their passage. Hadrian stood at the bow, watching the last glimpse of England disappear into the morning mist, and felt something inside his chest that he had never experienced before. Freedom. Complete, absolute freedom from the expectations and limitations that had defined every moment of his life until now. Behind him lay Privet Drive and Hogwarts, and all the carefully constructed plans that Albus Dumbledore had made for Harry Potter's future. Ahead lay unknown waters, and a school that promised to teach him magic without apology or restraint. The captain of the ship was a weathered wizard named Ericsson, whose English carried the musical cadences of someone for whom it was clearly a second language. He had greeted Hadrian with professional courtesy, rather than the starstruck reverence that seemed to be the default response from most British wizards, and he answered the boy's questions about the ship's construction and navigation with the patience of someone who genuinely enjoyed sharing knowledge. The runic sails harness the natural magical currents that flow through all large bodies of water, Ericsson explained, as they watched the symbols pulse with gentle light. Much more efficient than depending entirely on wind, and far less conspicuous than the flying carpets that some institutions use for transportation. Durmstrang has always favored practical magic over flashy displays. Hadrian found himself impressed by this philosophy. The magic he observed on the ship was elegant in its simplicity, and obviously effective, but it avoided the sort of dramatic gestures that seemed to characterize much of what he had seen in the British wizarding world. Everything served a clear purpose and worked together as part of a larger system, rather than existing simply to demonstrate the magical power of its creator. The other passengers on the ship were equally fascinating. There were 3 other prospective students making the journey to Durmstrang, each from a different country, and each clearly possessing magical abilities that exceeded what Hadrian had come to think of as normal for their age group. Victor Krum was perhaps the most immediately impressive. At 17, he was significantly older than the other students, but his presence on the ship was explained by his status as Durmstrang's newly appointed Quidditch captain and one of their most promising 7th-year students. He had been selected to escort the prospective students and answer any questions they might have about daily life at the Institute. Victor moved with the fluid grace of someone completely comfortable in his own body, and his magical aura was so pronounced that Hadrian could actually feel it as a sort of warm pressure in the air whenever the older boy came near. When he spoke, which was not often, his words carried the weight of someone who had learned to think carefully before opening his mouth. "You're the famous Harry Potter," Victor said during their first conversation, and there was curiosity rather than awe in his voice. "The boy who survived the killing curse and chose to reject Hogwarts in favor of Durmstrang. Very interesting choice. I prefer to think of myself as Hadrian Potter, the boy who is trying to get the best magical education available," Hadrian replied. "The fame aspect is not something I particularly value." Victor nodded with what might have been approval. "Fame can be useful, but it is also dangerous. At Durmstrang, you will be judged by what you can do, not by what was done to you as infant. Much better way to live, I think." The other prospective students were equally impressive in their own ways. Astrid Eriksson was a 13-year-old Norwegian girl whose family had apparently been debating between Durmstrang and Beauxbatons for her magical education. She possessed an intuitive understanding of runic magic that left even the ship's captain shaking his head in amazement, and she had already mastered several advanced charms that most students did not encounter until their 4th or 5th years. Dmitri Volkov was a Bulgarian boy of Hadrian's own age, whose magical strength was so pronounced that he had accidentally destroyed 2 different wands before his family finally commissioned a custom-made focus specifically designed to channel his power safely. He spoke very little English, but Victor served as translator for conversations that revealed a sharp intelligence and an almost scholarly interest in magical theory. Klaus Zimmermann was perhaps the most unusual of the group. At 15, the German boy had already completed his basic magical education through private tutors and was applying to Durmstrang specifically for their advanced programs in what they called applied magical defense. His family had apparently been targeted by dark wizards during the chaos following Voldemort's initial defeat, and Klaus had decided that traditional defensive magic was insufficient for the realities of magical conflict. Each of these young people had chosen Durmstrang for reasons that went beyond simple geographical convenience. They were seeking something that their local magical institutions could not provide, something that required them to leave familiar surroundings and embrace a more challenging educational environment. As the ship continued its journey north, Hadrian began to understand that his decision to reject Hogwarts was not the unprecedented act of rebellion that the British wizarding world seemed to consider it. For many young wizards and witches, selecting an international magical education was simply a matter of matching personal goals with institutional strengths rather than accepting whatever arrangements adults had made on their behalf. The conversation during meals was conducted in a mixture of English, German, and what Victor told him was Bulgarian, with occasional lapses into Norwegian when Astrid became excited about some point of runic theory. Hadrian found himself picking up words and phrases from the other languages with surprising ease, as if his mind was particularly suited to absorbing new forms of communication. More importantly, the discussions themselves were unlike any educational conversations he had ever experienced. These students talked about magic the way that Muggle engineers might discuss bridge construction or computer programming. There was respect for the power and complexity of the subject, but also a practical understanding that magic was a tool to be mastered rather than a mystery to be worshipped. Klaus in particular had strong opinions about the limitations of traditional British magical education. Too much theory, not enough practical application, he said during one evening meal as the ship cut through increasingly rough northern seas. They teach you to cast spells, but they do not teach you to think like wizard in dangerous situation. Victor nodded agreement. British magic is very polite, very concerned with doing things the proper way rather than the effective way. At Durmstrang, effectiveness is what matters most. What about dark magic? Hadrian asked, broaching a subject that had been at the center of many arguments with well-meaning British wizards over the past several weeks. Is it true that Durmstrang teaches actual dark magic rather than simply defense against it? The older students exchanged glances before Victor answered carefully. Durmstrang teaches comprehensive magical defense, which includes understanding dark magic well enough to counter it effectively. You cannot defend against something you do not understand, and you cannot understand something you have never studied properly. But more than this, Astrid added, we learn that magic itself is not dark or light. Magic simply is. What makes magic dark or light is the intention behind it and the way it is used. A healing spell used to keep enemy alive for torture becomes dark magic. A curse used to stop dark wizard from killing innocent people becomes light magic. This perspective was exactly what Hadrian had hoped to find. The British wizarding world seemed obsessed with categorizing magic into neat moral categories without considering the complexity of real-world applications. If Durmstrang could teach him to understand magic as a tool, rather than a moral statement, he would be far better prepared for whatever challenges he might face in the future. As they moved further north, the landscape visible from the ship became increasingly dramatic. Rocky coastlines gave way to towering fjords that seemed to rise directly from the sea like the walls of some impossibly vast cathedral. The water itself grew darker and more mysterious, and there were times when Hadrian could swear he saw massive shapes moving beneath the surface that were far too large to be any ordinary sea creature. The magical atmosphere became more pronounced as well. The air itself seemed to thrum with power, and Hadrian found that spells he attempted to practice came more easily here than they had during his experiments at Privet Drive. It was as if the northern latitudes were somehow more conducive to magic than the mundane suburbs where he had spent his childhood. On the second day of their journey, Victor began what he called orientation lessons for the prospective students. These sessions covered everything from Durmstrang's house system to their approach to academic scheduling to the social customs that governed daily life at the Institute. The house system at Durmstrang was significantly different from what Hadrian had read about Hogwarts. Rather than being sorted into houses based on personality traits or magical aptitude, students were grouped according to their primary area of study and their year level. First and second years were housed together in the apprentice halls, where they received foundational training in all magical disciplines before specializing in their third year. Advanced students could choose from several different tracks depending on their interests and career goals. Applied magical defense was the most prestigious and demanding track, focusing on combat magic, curse breaking, and the advanced magical theory necessary to understand and counter dark magic. Magical innovation emphasized research and experimental magic, with students working directly with faculty on projects that often resulted in new spells or magical techniques being developed. International magical cooperation prepared students for careers in magical diplomacy and cross-cultural magical study. The academic schedule was more intense than anything Hadrian had encountered in his Muggle primary school experience. Classes ran from early morning until late afternoon 6 days a week, with Sundays reserved for independent study and practical application of magic learned during the week. Students were expected to demonstrate mastery of material through practical examinations rather than written tests, and advancement to the next level of study required achieving specific benchmarks in magical ability rather than simply surviving a predetermined amount of time in classes. Perhaps most importantly, Durmstrang students were treated as apprentice professionals rather than children who needed to be protected from dangerous knowledge. Advanced students regularly participated in real magical research, assisted with magical creature management in the surrounding wilderness, and even provided consulting services to magical governments and organizations throughout Northern and Eastern Europe. It was exactly the sort of educational environment that Hadrian had hoped to find: challenging, practical, and focused on producing wizards and witches who could handle whatever magical challenges the world might present. On the third morning of their journey, Hadrian woke to find that the ship had entered a fjord so massive that he could barely see the far shore. Towering cliffs rose on both sides, their peaks lost in low hanging clouds that seemed to glow with their own inner light. And there, built into the living rock of the northern cliff face, like something from a fairy tale, was Durmstrang Institute. The castle was magnificent in a way that had nothing to do with traditional beauty and everything to do with powerful magic and practical design. It seemed to grow directly from the cliff itself, with towers and ramparts that followed the natural contours of the rock face. Lights glowed in hundreds of windows, and magical bridges, spanning impossible distances, connected different sections of the structure with elegant engineering that defied conventional physics. But what struck Hadrian most powerfully was the sense of permanence that emanated from the place. This was not a school that had been built and could be torn down. This was an institution that had been carved from the bones of the earth itself and would endure until the mountains themselves crumbled into dust. "Welcome to Durmstrang Institute," Victor said, and there was unmistakable pride in his voice. "Your new home, if you prove worthy of it." The docking process was accomplished with the same efficient magic that had characterized their entire journey. The ship glided up to a pier that extended directly from the cliff face, and magical gangways extended automatically to allow the passengers to disembark with their luggage. Hadrian's first steps on Durmstrang soil were marked by a sensation of magical resonance that he had never experienced before. The very ground beneath his feet seemed alive with power, and he could feel his own magical core responding to the ambient energy that permeated the entire area. A delegation was waiting for them on the pier, led by a man who could only be Headmaster Igor Karkaroff. Tall and lean with dark hair and a carefully groomed beard, Karkaroff possessed the sort of commanding presence that made it immediately clear why he had been selected to lead such a prestigious institution. His robes were cut in an elegant style that suggested both authority and practicality, and his dark eyes missed nothing as he surveyed the arriving students. "Welcome to Durmstrang Institute, young wizards," Karkaroff said, his voice carrying a slight accent that Hadrian could not quite place. "You have traveled far to be here, and we are honored by your interest in our institution. The next 3 days will determine whether Durmstrang is the right place for your magical education and whether you are prepared for the challenges that our curriculum demands." He paused to look directly at Hadrian, and there was something calculating in his expression that made the boy wonder exactly what reputation had preceded him to this northern stronghold. "Mr. Potter," Karkaroff continued, "your application was particularly interesting to our faculty. We are curious to see whether your magical abilities match your academic ambitions and your apparent determination to forge your own educational path." "I hope to prove worthy of your consideration, Headmaster," Hadrian replied formally, and he was pleased to note that his voice remained steady despite the magnitude of the moment. What followed was a tour of facilities that left Hadrian struggling to maintain his composure. The magical laboratories were equipped with experimental apparatus that he had never imagined possible. Libraries contained books in dozens of languages, including magical texts that he was told were the only copies remaining in the entire world. Practice chambers were warded with protective magic, so sophisticated that students could safely attempt spells that would level a building without risking harm to themselves or others. But it was the students themselves who impressed him most. Every young wizard and witch he encountered carried themselves with a confidence and competence that spoke of serious magical education. They moved through the castle with purpose rather than simply wandering between classes, and their conversations were focused on magical theory and practical applications rather than gossip and social concerns. During lunch in the Great Hall, Hadrian found himself seated next to a sixth-year student named Eric Lindqvist, whose casual discussion of advanced transfiguration theory made it clear that Durmstrang students were expected to master material that would challenge most adult wizards. When Eric learned that Hadrian had taught himself basic spell work from books purchased in Diagon Alley, the older boy offered to demonstrate some advanced techniques that might be useful for someone just beginning their magical education. The demonstration was revelatory. Eric performed a series of transfiguration spells that transformed a simple wooden cup into glass, then metal, then crystal, then back to wood, all without using his wand. The magic flowed through him with the sort of natural ease that spoke of years of intensive training and complete understanding of the underlying theoretical principles. Wandless magic is encouraged here from the beginning, Eric explained, as he returned the cup to its original form. Wands are useful tools, but dependence on any external focus makes you vulnerable if you are disarmed. Better to learn proper magical control from the start. Hadrian attempted to duplicate the transformation on his own cup and managed to change the wood to what might generously be described as a glass-like substance before the magic destabilized, and the cup returned to its original form with a small shower of sparks. "Not bad for first attempt," Eric said approvingly. "You have natural magical strength and good instinctive control. With proper training, you should be able to master wandless magic within a few years." The afternoon was devoted to individual assessments with various faculty members. Professor Morozov, who taught advanced defense, tested Hadrian's understanding of magical theory and his ability to analyze defensive scenarios. Professor Yaxley, who headed the magical innovation track, evaluated his capacity for original thinking and experimental spell work. Professor Eriksson, Astrid's aunt, and the school's expert on Northern European magical traditions, examined his potential for runic magic and magical creature studies. Each assessment was more challenging than anything Hadrian had experienced in his brief exposure to formal education, but he found himself rising to meet the challenges with enthusiasm rather than anxiety. These professors treated him as a potential colleague rather than a child to be protected from difficult concepts, and their questions assumed intelligence and curiosity rather than ignorance and compliance. The most intensive assessment came from Headmaster Karkaroff himself. The man's office was a study in controlled magical chaos, with books and artifacts from across the magical world arranged in patterns that suggested both scholarly interests and practical experience with dangerous magic. Ancient runic inscriptions covered much of the wall space, and several of the objects on display radiated magical energy so pronounced that Hadrian could feel them from across the room. "Sit, Mr. Potter," Karkaroff said, gesturing to a chair that adjusted itself automatically to Hadrian's height and build. "Tell me why you believe Durmstrang Institute is the appropriate place for your magical education." What followed was perhaps the most important conversation of Hadrian's life to that point. He explained his growing understanding that magic was a tool that required comprehensive study rather than moral categorization. He described his frustration with the British wizarding world's apparent determination to make decisions about his life without consulting him about his preferences or goals. Most importantly, he articulated his belief that understanding dark magic was essential for anyone who hoped to defend against it effectively. Karkaroff listened without interruption, occasionally making notes on a piece of parchment that seemed to be writing itself in response to some magical monitoring of Hadrian's words and emotional state. When the boy finished speaking, the headmaster leaned back in his chair and studied him with an expression that suggested he was seeing something unexpected. "Your application mentioned the murder of your parents," Karkaroff said finally. "Tell me how this experience has shaped your understanding of magic and its applications." Hadrian had been dreading this question since beginning the application process, but he found that speaking about his parents' deaths was easier in this environment than it had been anywhere else. Perhaps it was because Karkaroff clearly understood that violence was a real possibility in the magical world, rather than some distant, theoretical concern. My parents died because they were not prepared for the level of magical attack that Voldemort brought to bear against them, Hadrian said quietly. They were excellent students who learned proper magic and fought bravely for the right side. But when the most powerful dark wizard in living memory came for their family, their proper magical education was insufficient to protect them or their child. He paused, gathering his thoughts before continuing. I do not want to die, because I was too polite to learn magic that others considered inappropriate. I want to understand every form of magic that might be used against me, and I want to master every technique that might allow me to protect myself and others from similar attacks. Karkaroff nodded slowly. And if this comprehensive magical education leads you to understand techniques that others consider dark or dangerous, then I will have the knowledge necessary to make informed decisions about when and how such techniques should be used, Hadrian replied without hesitation. Magic is a tool. The morality lies in the application, not in the knowledge itself. The headmaster's smile was sharp and satisfied. Excellent answer, Mr. Potter. Exactly what I hoped to hear from someone seeking admission to our advanced programs. What followed was a practical, magical assessment that pushed Hadrian's abilities to their absolute limits. Karkaroff had him demonstrate every spell he had managed to teach himself, then guided him through increasingly complex magical exercises designed to test his magical reserves, his control, and his ability to adapt to new techniques under pressure. The session concluded with Karkaroff teaching him a simple but advanced charm that created a shield of solid magical energy, capable of deflecting both physical and magical attacks. The spell required precise wand movement, careful control of magical output, and the ability to maintain concentration while under stress. It was exactly the sort of practical magic that Hadrian had hoped to learn. By the time he mastered the basic form of the shielding charm, both he and Karkaroff were smiling with genuine satisfaction. The headmaster made a final note on his parchment, and then looked directly at Hadrian with an expression that suggested important decisions had been made. Mr. Potter, he said formally, Durmstrang Institute would be honored to accept you as a student in our apprentice program, with advancement to applied magical defense upon successful completion of your foundational studies. Your magical potential is considerable, your academic goals are appropriate to our institutional mission, and your personal maturity suggests that you will thrive in our challenging environment. Hadrian felt something settle in his chest that might have been profound relief combined with anticipation for adventures yet to come. Thank you, Headmaster, he replied. I accept your offer with gratitude and determination to prove worthy of the opportunity. Excellent, Karkaroff said, rising from his desk with obvious satisfaction. Classes begin in 3 weeks. I suggest you use that time to review the materials that Professor Yaxley will provide and to prepare yourself mentally for the most intensive magical education available anywhere in the world. As Hadrian walked back through the corridors of Durmstrang Institute toward his guest quarters, he reflected on how dramatically his life had changed in the space of a few short months. He had gone from sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs to walking the halls of perhaps the most prestigious magical institution in Northern Europe. He had transformed himself from Harry Potter, the boy who lived, into Hadrian Potter, the young wizard who had chosen his own path toward magical mastery. Tomorrow he would return to Britain to collect his belongings and complete the legal arrangements necessary for his international education. In 3 weeks, he would begin the most challenging academic program he could imagine, surrounded by students who shared his determination to master magic without limitations or apologies. But tonight, he stood at the window of his guest room and looked out over the fjord, where moonlight turned the dark water to silver, and the ancient magic of Durmstrang Institute hummed through the very stones beneath his feet. For the first time since learning about magic, Hadrian Potter felt like he was exactly where he belonged. The boy who had rejected Hogwarts was about to become the young man who would define his own relationship with magic, power, and the responsibilities that came with both. And if that path led him far from the expectations of the British wizarding world, then perhaps it was time for those expectations to change, rather than for Hadrian to limit himself to meet them. The future stretched ahead of him like the dark northern waters beyond his window, unknown, challenging, and full of possibilities that no one else would be allowed to define for him ever again. The first day of classes at Durmstrang Institute began before dawn, with the haunting sound of a horn that seemed to emanate from the very stones of the castle itself. Hadrian Potter woke in his narrow but comfortable bed in the apprentice halls and felt his magical core responding to the ambient energy that permeated the ancient structure. Even after 3 weeks of living here, the sensation of being surrounded by such concentrated magic remained thrilling rather than overwhelming. His roommate, Dmitri Volkov, was already awake and methodically preparing for the day with the sort of precision that Hadrian had come to associate with students who understood that their magical education was a serious professional endeavor, rather than simply an extended childhood experience. The Bulgarian boy had become fluent in English with remarkable speed, though he still struggled with some of the more complex grammatical structures when discussing advanced magical theory. Today we begin Defense Against Dark Arts with Professor Morozov, Dmitri said, as he carefully arranged his spell components in the leather satchel that every Durmstrang student carried. Very different from what they teach at other schools, I think. Hadrian nodded, feeling a mixture of anticipation and nervousness that had become familiar over the past few weeks. The Durmstrang approach to magical education was more intensive and demanding than anything he had experienced, but it was also exactly what he had hoped to find when he rejected the comfortable assumptions that others had made about his future. The Defense Against Dark Arts classroom was located in one of the oldest sections of the castle, carved directly from the living rock with magical techniques that predated most modern construction methods. The walls were covered with runic inscriptions that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles, and the ceiling was enchanted to display a constantly moving map of magical conflicts throughout Northern and Eastern Europe over the past several centuries. Professor Morozov was a compact man with prematurely grey hair and scars on his hands that spoke of extensive experience with dangerous magic. He had served as an aura for the Bulgarian ministry before accepting his teaching position at Durmstrang, and his approach to magical defense was shaped by practical experience rather than theoretical concerns about appropriate magical techniques. "Welcome to comprehensive magical defense," he said without preamble, as the 12 first-year students took their seats at tables that had been arranged in a semicircle facing his desk. "This course will teach you to understand, analyze, and counter every form of magical attack that has been documented in the past 500 years of wizarding conflict." He paused to survey the class with eyes that seemed to evaluate each student as a potential warrior, rather than a child in need of protection from dangerous knowledge. Some of you may have been taught that magic can be divided into light and dark categories, with dark magic being inherently evil, and light magic being automatically virtuous. You will learn here that such simplistic thinking will get you killed if you ever face a truly competent magical opponent. Professor Morozov moved to stand beside a table covered with various magical artifacts, each radiating a different type of magical energy that Hadrian could feel as distinct pressures against his magical senses. "Magic is a tool," he continued, picking up what appeared to be an ordinary wooden wand, but which hummed with barely contained power. "The morality lies in the intention behind its use and the consequences of its application. A healing spell used to torture becomes dark magic. A curse used to protect innocent lives becomes light magic. Your survival will depend on understanding this distinction and acting accordingly." What followed was the most challenging and enlightening magical lesson of Hadrian's life to that point. Professor Morozov began with a detailed analysis of the unforgivable curses, explaining not only how they functioned, but why they were considered unforgivable, and under what circumstances their use might be justified despite legal prohibitions. The killing curse, for example, required absolute conviction and hatred to function properly. Most wizards could not successfully cast it, even if they wanted to, because they lacked the necessary emotional commitment to taking another person's life. However, understanding its magical signature and the defensive techniques that might counter it were essential for anyone who hoped to survive an encounter with a dark wizard willing to use lethal force. The Cruciatus Curse was in many ways more dangerous because it required less emotional commitment and could be sustained indefinitely by a skilled practitioner. Its effects were not immediately lethal, which made it useful for extracting information or breaking an opponent's will to resist, but it could also be countered by advanced occlumency techniques or interrupted by specific shielding charms that most defensive curricula ignored completely. The Imperious Curse was perhaps the most insidious because its effects could be so subtle that victims might not realize they were being controlled. However, it was also the most vulnerable to being broken by someone with sufficient mental discipline and understanding of their own thought patterns. As Professor Morozov explained each curse in detail, Hadrian found himself thinking about the night his parents had died and wondering whether they might have survived if they had possessed this level of understanding about the magic being used against them. The thought was both painful and motivating, reinforcing his conviction that comprehensive magical education was worth whatever personal risks might be involved. The practical portion of the lesson involved learning to recognize the magical signatures of various dark curses and practicing the advanced shielding techniques that might provide protection against them. Hadrian discovered that his magical core was particularly responsive to defensive magic, allowing him to maintain stronger and more stable shields than most of his classmates could manage. Interesting, Professor Morozov commented as he examined the silvery barrier that Hadrian had conjured around himself. Very stable construction and efficient energy usage. Have you had previous training in defensive magic? Only what I could teach myself from books, Hadrian replied, maintaining his concentration to keep the shield stable while speaking. Books, the professor repeated, with something that might have been amusement. Which books, specifically? Hadrian listed the advanced magical texts he had purchased in Diagon Alley and studied during his preparation for Durmstrang. Professor Morozov's eyebrows rose progressively higher as the list continued, and several of his classmates turned to stare at him with expressions that suggested they were reassessing their initial impressions. Those are not typically considered appropriate reading material for first-year students, Professor Morozov said dryly. Most of those texts assume several years of foundational magical education before attempting the techniques they describe. I may have been somewhat aggressive in my self-directed studies, Hadrian admitted. I wanted to be prepared for whatever challenges I might encounter here. The professor smiled with what appeared to be genuine approval. Excellent attitude, Mr. Potter. However, I should warn you that understanding magical theory and successfully applying it under pressure are very different skills. We will be testing your practical abilities extensively throughout the semester. The rest of the lesson involved partner work, practicing various defensive techniques. Hadrian found himself paired with Klaus Zimmermann, the German student who had applied to Durmstrang specifically for their advanced defense program. Klaus had several years more magical experience than Hadrian, but he seemed impressed by the younger boy's instinctive understanding of shield construction and magical energy management. Your magic feels very clean, Klaus observed, as they practiced disrupting each other's defensive spells. Very focused and controlled for someone so young. Have you studied meditation or mental discipline techniques? Not formally, Hadrian replied, though he wondered whether his years of learning to hide his thoughts and emotions from the Dursleys might have provided some foundation for the mental control that effective magic seemed to require. You should speak with Professor Yaxley about occlumency training, Klaus advised. Natural mental shielding is a rare gift, but it requires proper training to be truly effective. Very useful for advanced defense work. The suggestion intrigued Hadrian considerably. He had heard the term occlumency mentioned several times since arriving at Durmstrang, always in the context of advanced magical techniques that provided protection against mental intrusion and emotional manipulation. If he possessed some natural aptitude for such skills, developing them properly seemed like an obvious priority. After defense against dark arts, the first-year students moved to advanced transfiguration with Professor Eriksson. Astrid's aunt proved to be every bit as demanding as her reputation suggested, beginning the lesson with a theoretical discussion of the fundamental principles underlying all transformative magic. Transfiguration is perhaps the most precise of all magical disciplines, she explained as she transformed her desk into a series of increasingly complex geometric shapes without apparent effort. It requires absolute understanding of both the original object and the desired result, along with sufficient magical power to overcome the natural resistance that all matter possesses to fundamental change. The practical exercises that followed were more challenging than anything Hadrian had attempted during his self-directed studies. Professor Eriksson had them working with materials that required significant magical strength to transform, and she expected them to maintain their transfigurations for extended periods while simultaneously performing other magical tasks. Hadrian discovered that his magical reserves were deeper than those of most of his classmates, allowing him to sustain complex transfigurations longer than students who had been studying magic for several additional years. However, his precision was inconsistent, resulting in transformations that were recognizable but imperfect in ways that would have been unacceptable in practical applications. Power without precision is merely impressive destruction, Professor Eriksson observed as she examined Hadrian's attempt to transform a block of wood into a crystal sculpture. You have considerable magical strength, Mr. Potter, but you must learn to control it with mathematical precision if you hope to advance beyond basic transfiguration techniques. She demonstrated the same transformation that Hadrian had attempted, but her version was flawless in every detail, with clean lines and perfect symmetry that spoke of absolute mastery over her magical output. More importantly, she maintained the transformation while simultaneously teaching the rest of the class, proving that advanced magical technique could become so natural that it required minimal conscious attention. The lesson continued with increasingly complex exercises designed to push each student to their current limits while identifying areas that required additional development. Hadrian found himself working harder than he ever had in any academic context, but he also felt his magical abilities growing stronger and more refined with each successful transformation. By the time they reached the magical theory class with Professor Yaxley, Hadrian was beginning to understand why Durmstrang graduates were considered among the most competent wizards in the magical world. The intellectual demands of the curriculum were matched by practical expectations that required students to demonstrate mastery rather than simply memorize information. Professor Yaxley was a thin wizard with prematurely white hair and eyes that seemed to see magical patterns invisible to most observers. He began the lesson by asking each student to demonstrate their understanding of magical core theory and the principles that governed energy transfer between wizard and spell. Magic begins with the wizard, he said, creating a complex diagram in the air with his wand that showed the flow of energy from magical core to external manifestation. Your magical core is your primary resource, but it is not unlimited. Learning to use your magic efficiently and effectively is the difference between competent wizardry and magical mediocrity. The discussion that followed covered everything from magical core development techniques to the theoretical limits of human magical capacity. Hadrian learned that his apparently natural ability to maintain multiple spells simultaneously was actually quite rare, and suggested that his magical core was developing along unusual patterns that might indicate exceptional potential. More importantly, Professor Yaxley introduced concepts related to magical innovation and experimental spell work that made Hadrian realize how limited his self-directed education had been. There were entire branches of magical theory that he had never encountered in any of the books he had studied, and techniques for analyzing and modifying existing spells that opened up possibilities he had never imagined. Klaus raised a question about the magical theory underlying the unforgivable curses, referencing their earlier defense lesson. Professor Yaxley's response was both comprehensive and deeply unsettling, explaining how the emotional requirements for those curses actually served to focus and amplify magical energy in ways that made them far more powerful than most other combat magic. Understanding why dark magic is effective is essential for developing effective countermeasures, Professor Yaxley explained. If you cannot comprehend the principles that make an enemy's magic powerful, you cannot develop techniques that will allow you to overcome those advantages. He went on to describe research projects that Durmstrang students had undertaken in previous years, including the development of new defensive spells and the creation of magical artifacts that could protect against specific types of dark magic. The work was clearly dangerous and demanding, but it was also producing innovations that were being adopted by aura organizations throughout Europe. After morning classes concluded, Hadrian made his way to the Great Hall for lunch, feeling both exhausted and exhilarated. The intellectual challenges were everything he had hoped for, but they were also revealing gaps in his knowledge and understanding that would require months or years of intensive study to address properly. Victor Crumb joined him at the first-year table, a courtesy that the older student extended to promising younger students when his Quidditch training schedule permitted. The conversation over lunch covered everything from magical theory to practical spell work to the broader educational philosophy that distinguished Durmstrang from other magical institutions. "You are adapting well to our approach," Victor observed, as he watched Hadrian methodically review his notes from the morning classes. Many students from traditional magical families struggle with the intensity of expectations here. "I think I prefer having high expectations rather than being protected from challenging material," Hadrian replied. The British wizarding world seemed determined to keep me ignorant of anything that might be considered dangerous or inappropriate. Victor nodded with understanding that suggested he had encountered similar attitudes in his own educational experiences. "At Durmstrang, we believe that ignorance is more dangerous than knowledge. Better to understand dark magic and choose not to use it than to be helpless when someone uses it against you." The conversation turned to more practical matters as Victor explained some of the advanced magical techniques that Hadrian would encounter in his later years at Durmstrang. Wandless magic was considered a basic skill that all students were expected to master by their 4th year. Spell creation and modification were part of the standard curriculum for anyone pursuing advanced magical studies. Most remarkably, students in their final years worked directly with faculty on research projects that often resulted in genuine contributions to magical knowledge. "This afternoon you will have your first practical application session," Victor continued. "Very different from morning theory classes. Professor Kozlov will have you applying magic in realistic scenarios that test both your technical skills and your ability to think clearly under pressure." The practical application classroom was unlike anything Hadrian had seen in his brief exposure to magical education. The space was enormous, with a ceiling that disappeared into darkness above, and walls that could apparently be reconfigured to create any environment that the instructor might require. When the first-year students arrived, the room had been arranged to simulate a dense forest at twilight, complete with realistic magical creatures that prowled between the trees. Professor Kozlov was a massive wizard whose arms bore the scars of someone who had extensive experience with dangerous magical creatures. His teaching style was hands-on in ways that made it immediately clear why Durmstrang graduates were considered exceptionally competent in practical magical applications. "Welcome to the real world of magical combat," he announced, as the students gathered in a defensive circle near what appeared to be a campfire. "Today you will learn why theoretical knowledge means nothing if you cannot apply it effectively when your life depends on your magical skills. What followed was the most intense, magical experience of Hadrian's life. Professor Kozlov had them working in teams to defend against simulated attacks from various magical creatures, each encounter designed to test different aspects of their magical abilities and tactical thinking. Hadrian found himself partnered with Astrid Eriksson for most of the exercises. Her intuitive understanding of runic magic complemented his defensive instincts, and they developed an effective collaborative approach to magical problem-solving that impressed even Professor Kozlov. During one particularly challenging scenario involving a pack of simulated werewolves, Hadrian discovered that he could maintain multiple defensive spells simultaneously while still having sufficient magical reserves to cast offensive magic when necessary. The ability was apparently unusual enough that Professor Kozlov stopped the exercise to examine Hadrian's technique more closely. "Interesting magical efficiency," the professor commented as he observed Hadrian's spell work. "Most wizards cannot maintain that level of simultaneous casting without exhausting their magical cores within minutes. Have you been tested for magical capacity?" "Not formally," Hadrian replied, maintaining his defensive spells while speaking. "Should I be concerned about unusual magical development?" Professor Kozlov smiled with the expression of someone who had encountered exceptional students before. "Not concerned, no. But you should speak with Headmaster Karkaroff about advanced magical testing. Unusual magical capacity often requires specialized training to develop properly." The exercises continued throughout the afternoon, with each scenario more challenging than the last. By the time Professor Kozlov called an end to the session, every student was exhausted, but visibly more confident in their practical magical abilities. More importantly, they had all gained first-hand experience with the sort of magical challenges that their theoretical studies were designed to prepare them for. As Hadrian made his way back to his dormitory, he reflected on how much his understanding of magic had expanded in a single day. The Durmstrang approach was demanding and occasionally dangerous, but it was producing exactly the sort of comprehensive magical education that he had hoped to find. That evening brought the first of what would become regular study sessions with his new friends. Dmitri, Astrid, and Klaus had formed an informal study group that met in one of the castle's many libraries to review the day's lessons and help each other master challenging concepts. The conversation ranged from practical spell work to magical theory to the broader implications of the different educational approaches they had encountered. Astrid had attended a traditional Norwegian magical school before transferring to Durmstrang, and her comparisons between the two systems were illuminating. "At my old school, they taught us to cast specific spells for specific situations," she explained, as she demonstrated a runic charm that created warm light without heat. "Here, they teach us to understand the principles underlying all magic so that we can create our own solutions to whatever problems we encounter." Klaus nodded agreement from his position beside a stack of books that seemed to grow larger each day. Traditional magical education produces wizards who can follow instructions. Durmstrang produces wizards who can solve problems that no one has encountered before. Dmitri contributed his own perspective based on his family's experiences with dark wizards during the chaos following Voldemort's defeat. The wizards who survived those attacks were the ones who understood magic well enough to improvise effective countermeasures. The ones who died were the ones who tried to use standard defensive spells against enemies who did not fight according to standard expectations. As the evening progressed, Hadrian found himself sharing details about his parents' murder and his determination to ensure that he would be better prepared than they had been for magical conflict. His friends listened with the sort of serious attention that suggested they understood that magical education was literally a matter of life and death for young wizards in their world. The discussion continued until well past midnight, covering everything from advanced magical theory to practical applications of the spells they were learning. By the time they finally returned to their dormitories, Hadrian felt that he had learned as much from his fellow students as he had from the day's formal classes. Before falling asleep, he took out parchment and ink to write his first letter home since beginning classes at Durmstrang. The recipient was not anyone in the British wizarding world, but rather the goblin advisors at Gringotts who were monitoring his legal and financial affairs. The letter described his successful integration into Durmstrang's academic program, and his growing confidence that he had made the correct choice in rejecting the educational path that others had planned for him. He also requested that they begin researching advanced magical testing facilities and legal procedures for magical emancipation, as he suspected that his unusual magical development might require formal recognition of his independence sooner than originally anticipated. As he sealed the letter and prepared it for Hedwig to deliver the following morning, Hadrian reflected on how dramatically his life had changed since that storm-lashed hut where he had first learned about magic. He had gone from being Harry Potter, the boy who lived in a cupboard, to being Hadrian Potter, a student at one of the most prestigious magical institutions in the world. More importantly, he had begun to understand that magic was far more complex and powerful than anything he had imagined during his childhood fantasies about escaping the Dursleys. The knowledge he was gaining at Durmstrang would make him a formidable wizard, but it would also place him in a position of responsibility for how that power was used. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new discoveries about the magical world and his place in it. But tonight, he fell asleep in a castle carved from living stone, surrounded by students who shared his determination to master magic without apology or limitation, and dreamed of a future where Harry Potter would never again be anyone's victim or unwitting pawn. The boy who had rejected Dumbledore's carefully laid plans was becoming the young man who would forge his own relationship with power, knowledge, and the responsibilities that came with both. And if that transformation led him down paths that the British wizarding world would find uncomfortable or threatening, then perhaps it was time for the magical world to expand its understanding of what Harry Potter might choose to become when given the freedom to make his own decisions about his future. The first intercepted letter arrived on a grey October morning, when the fjord waters had turned the colour of old pewter and frost covered the castle's ancient stones like crystalline lace. Hadrian Potter was reviewing his advanced runic theory notes in the library when Hedwig landed beside his study table with a letter that bore no return address and magical seals that had clearly been tampered with during transit. The parchment itself was unremarkable, but the contents made Hadrian's blood run cold with a mixture of fury and calculated interest. Someone had been systematically intercepting his correspondence with Britain, and they had been clumsy enough to leave magical traces of their interference. More disturbing still, the letter contained responses to questions he had never asked, and references to conversations that had never taken place. Dmitri Volkov looked up from his own studies as Hadrian's magical aura began to fluctuate with barely controlled anger. The Bulgarian boy had developed an almost supernatural sensitivity to emotional disturbances among his friends, probably because his own magical core was so powerful that it resonated sympathetically with strong emotions from nearby wizards. "Problem with letter from home," Dmitri observed quietly, his English still carrying the precise grammatical constructions that marked him as someone for whom it remained a carefully learned rather than naturally absorbed language. "Someone has been reading my mail and composing responses without my knowledge," Hadrian replied, his voice carefully modulated to avoid attracting attention from other students in the library. "This letter is supposedly from Professor McGonagall, but it references conversations we never had and expresses concerns about developments at Hogwarts that make no sense given what I actually wrote to her." Dmitri frowned as he considered the implications. "In my country, intercepting mail is serious crime against magical privacy. Who would have authority to do such thing in Britain?" "That," Hadrian said grimly, "is exactly what I intend to find out. But first, I need to understand the extent of the surveillance and develop countermeasures that will allow me to communicate securely." What followed was Hadrian's introduction to the complex and often dangerous world of magical intelligence gathering and counter-surveillance. Professor Yaxley, when consulted during his office hours, proved to have extensive knowledge about magical communication security and the techniques that various governments used to monitor potentially sensitive correspondence. Magical mail interception is unfortunately common, Professor Yaxley explained, as he examined the tampered letter with spells that revealed layer upon layer of magical interference. Most wizards assume that Owlpost is secure because it appears to be a simple animal carrying a physical object. In reality, trained specialists can intercept, copy, modify, and redirect magical correspondence with techniques that leave minimal evidence of their interference. He pointed to several nearly invisible magical signatures that crisscrossed the parchment like a spider web of intrusion. This letter has been opened at least 3 times during transit, copied twice, and modified once before being allowed to continue to its intended recipient. Very sophisticated work, suggesting either government involvement or a private organization with considerable resources and expertise. Can such interference be prevented? Hadrian asked, already formulating plans for secure communication networks that would allow him to maintain contact with allies without exposing sensitive information to hostile surveillance. Absolutely, Professor Yaxley replied, with the satisfaction of someone discussing a favorite area of expertise. Durmstrang teaches advanced magical communication security as part of our International Magical Cooperation curriculum. However, the techniques are demanding and require considerable magical skill to implement effectively. What followed was Hadrian's first formal introduction to magical cryptography, secure communication protocols, and the art of detecting and countering hostile surveillance. The theoretical foundations were complex enough to challenge even advanced students, but the practical applications were exactly what he needed to protect his correspondence from further interference. Within a week, Hadrian had mastered the basic techniques for securing his outgoing letters and detecting tampering in incoming correspondence. More importantly, he had established contact with the goblin advisors at Gringotts through channels that were specifically designed to resist interception by hostile, magical intelligence services. The response from Gringotts was both illuminating and deeply disturbing. Not only had his correspondence with Britain been systematically intercepted, but there had also been multiple attempts to access his financial records and several inquiries about his legal status from organizations that had no legitimate interest in his affairs. More troubling still, the goblins reported that someone had been making discreet inquiries about transferring his guardianship from his current ambiguous legal status to a more formal arrangement that would give specific individuals authority over his educational and financial decisions. The inquiries had been blocked by the privacy protections that Hadrian had established, but they suggested a coordinated effort to reassert control over his life from a distance. Armed with this information, Hadrian requested a private meeting with Headmaster Karkaroff to discuss the security implications of his situation and the measures that Durmstrang might need to implement to protect one of their students from what appeared to be organized surveillance and potential interference. Karkaroff's office had been warded against magical eavesdropping with techniques that made the air itself seem to thrum with protective energy. The headmaster listened to Hadrian's report with the sort of focused attention that suggested he was already familiar with the complexities of protecting high-profile students from unwanted external attention. This level of interference is not unexpected, given your fame in the British magical community, Karkaroff said when Hadrian finished his summary. However, the systematic nature of the surveillance and the attempts to manipulate your legal status suggest something more concerning than simple curiosity about your educational choices. The headmaster moved to a cabinet filled with communication devices that Hadrian had never seen before, each radiating magical energy that suggested connections to distant locations and organizations. Within minutes, he had established secure contact with legal and intelligence experts throughout Northern and Eastern Europe. What emerged from these consultations was a picture of magical politics that extended far beyond Harry Potter's educational preferences. Dumbledore's influence in international magical affairs was considerably more extensive than most people realized, and his interest in controlling Harry Potter's development appeared to be connected to larger strategic considerations that involved the ongoing threat posed by Voldemort and his followers. More immediately concerning, there were indications that certain factions within the British Ministry of Magic were considering legal action to force Harry Potter's return to Britain for his own protection and the greater good of magical society. Such action would be difficult to implement given Durmstrang's legal independence and Hadrian's growing financial resources, but it represented a potential threat that required careful preparation and strategic response. "I believe it is time for you to complete your legal emancipation," Karkaroff said finally. "Your magical development and academic progress clearly demonstrate the maturity necessary for independent decision-making, and formal legal independence will provide additional protection against attempts to override your educational choices." The process of magical emancipation proved to be more complex than Hadrian had anticipated, involving legal procedures that extended across multiple magical jurisdictions and required extensive documentation of his magical abilities, academic progress, and financial competence. However, the goblin advisors at Gringotts had been preparing for this eventuality, and they guided him through the requirements with professional efficiency that made the entire process manageable, despite its complexity. More importantly, the emancipation procedures required Hadrian to demonstrate his magical abilities to a panel of independent experts who could certify that he possessed the magical maturity necessary for adult legal status. The testing revealed that his magical core had developed far beyond what was typical for someone his age, and his mastery of advanced magical techniques was equivalent to that of many adult wizards. The certification process also included psychological evaluation by specialists who could assess his emotional maturity and decision-making capabilities. These sessions were initially uncomfortable, as they required Hadrian to discuss his childhood experiences with the Dursleys and his reasons for rejecting the educational path that others had planned for him. However, the psychologists were impressed by his analytical approach to complex decisions and his demonstrated ability to research alternatives and evaluate consequences before committing to specific courses of action. His rejection of Hogwarts, which the British magical community had viewed as teenage rebellion, was recognized by objective experts as a mature and well-reasoned choice based on careful evaluation of his educational needs and long-term goals. The formal emancipation was granted in late November, making Hadrian Potter the youngest legally independent wizard in recent European magical history. The achievement was particularly significant because it established legal precedent for young wizards who possessed exceptional magical abilities and demonstrated the maturity necessary for independent decision-making. As autumn progressed toward winter, Hadrian's academic development continued to exceed even the demanding expectations of Durmstrang's faculty. His advanced defense classes had progressed to practical applications of counter-curse techniques, including live practice sessions with magical constructs that simulated the behavior of dark wizards using advanced combat magic. Professor Morozov had begun providing Hadrian with individualized instruction in magical combat techniques that were typically reserved for graduate-level students. The training was intense and occasionally dangerous, but it was producing exactly the sort of practical magical competence that Hadrian had hoped to develop. "Your defensive instincts are exceptional," Professor Morozov observed during one particularly challenging training session, where Hadrian had successfully countered a series of simultaneous magical attacks while maintaining complex protective enchantments around simulated civilian targets. Most adult wizards cannot maintain that level of situational awareness while casting combat magic. "I have been imagining myself in my parents' position on the night they died," Hadrian replied, as he carefully dismantled his defensive constructs. "If I can develop the skills that might have saved them, then perhaps other families will not face the same tragedy." The professor nodded with understanding that suggested he had encountered similar motivations in other students whose families had been affected by magical violence. "Your parents were competent wizards who fought bravely, but they were not prepared for the level of magical assault that Voldemort brought to bear against them." The techniques you are learning here will give you capabilities that they never had the opportunity to develop. Hadrian's transfiguration studies had progressed to advanced applications that bordered on magical innovation. Professor Erickson had him working with materials that required precise molecular understanding and magical techniques that could alter matter at the atomic level. The work was intellectually demanding and magically exhausting, but it was also producing abilities that few wizards ever mastered. More significantly, his magical theory studies with Professor Yaxley had evolved into independent research projects that were generating original insights into magical energy manipulation and spell construction. Hadrian was developing theories about magical core development and energy efficiency that challenged some of the fundamental assumptions underlying traditional magical education. His fellow students had also become close friends and academic collaborators whose diverse backgrounds and specialized knowledge complemented his own developing expertise. Dimitri's natural magical strength made him an ideal partner for research into high-energy magical applications. Astrid's intuitive understanding of runic magic provided insights into magical theory that enhanced everyone's understanding of advanced techniques. Klaus Zimmermann had become particularly valuable as a source of information about practical magical applications in dangerous situations. His family's experiences with dark wizard attacks had taught him to think strategically about magical conflict in ways that purely academic study could never provide. The four friends had established informal study sessions that often continued well into the night and covered material that extended far beyond their formal coursework. They shared research techniques, collaborated on experimental spell work, and helped each other master the demanding practical applications that distinguished Durmstrang's curriculum from more traditional magical education programs. It was during one of these late-night study sessions that Hadrian received the letter that would fundamentally change his understanding of his situation and his relationship with the broader magical world. The communication arrived through the secure channels he had established with Gringotts, and it bore the seal of someone he had been hoping to hear from since learning about his parents' murder. The letter was from Sirius Black, recently escaped from Azkaban prison and seeking contact with his godson for the first time since James and Lily Potter's death 12 years earlier. The parchment was filled with cramped handwriting that spoke of someone writing under difficult circumstances, but the content was everything Hadrian had hoped to learn about his family and his parents' friends. "My dear Harry," the letter began, "though I understand you now prefer Hadrian, which is certainly your right and probably wise, given the circumstances. I have been following your educational choices from a distance and find myself both proud of your independence and concerned about the forces that are arrayed against you." Sirius went on to explain that he had been wrongfully imprisoned for 12 years based on fabricated evidence and the testimony of the real traitor who had betrayed James and Lily Potter to Voldemort. Peter Pettigrew was alive and in hiding, protected by powerful allies who had used Sirius as a convenient scapegoat for their own failures and possibly their own complicity in the attack that had destroyed the Potter family. More disturbing still, Sirius revealed that Dumbledore had known about serious irregularities in the evidence that had convicted him, but had chosen not to investigate because having Sirius safely locked away in Azkaban served his larger strategic interests. The headmaster of Hogwarts had wanted Harry Potter isolated and dependent, without access to family members who might provide alternative perspectives or support for independent decision-making. The letter continued with detailed information about the political situation in the British magical world and the various factions that were maneuvering for influence over Harry Potter's future. Dumbledore represented one extreme, seeking to control every aspect of Harry's development to ensure that he would be properly positioned to fulfill whatever role the headmaster had planned for him in the ongoing conflict with Voldemort. The Ministry of Magic represented another faction, more concerned with public relations and political stability than with Harry's individual welfare or preferences. They wanted him to serve as a symbol of hope and resistance against dark magic. but they also wanted him safely contained within institutions that they could monitor and influence. There were also darker forces at work, including Death Eaters who had escaped prosecution after Voldemort's defeat and were now working to destabilize magical society in preparation for their master's eventual return. These individuals viewed Harry Potter as either a valuable asset to be captured or a dangerous threat to be eliminated, depending on their assessment of his potential usefulness to their cause. Your decision to attend Durmstrang has disrupted all of these carefully laid plans, Sirius wrote, and I suspect that the interference with your correspondence is only the beginning of more serious attempts to force you back into the role that others have prepared for you. Be careful who you trust, and remember that even well-intentioned adults may have agendas that conflict with your best interests. The letter concluded with practical advice about magical security and communication protocols, along with information about safe houses and emergency contacts throughout Europe that could provide assistance if Hadrian found himself in danger. Most importantly, Sirius provided details about legal procedures that could establish formal guardian relationships based on magical family bonds rather than government appointment. If you are willing to accept me as your magical guardian, despite the years we have lost and the circumstances that kept us apart, I would be honored to provide whatever support and guidance you might need as you navigate the complexities of magical society and your own developing powers. Hadrian read the letter 3 times before sharing its contents with his friends during their nightly study session. The conversation that followed lasted until dawn and covered everything from magical family law to international politics to the practical considerations of accepting guardianship from someone who was officially a fugitive from magical justice. Dimitri's perspective was particularly valuable, as his family had experience with magical political persecution and the challenges of maintaining relationships across hostile governmental boundaries. Klaus provided insights into magical security and the techniques that could be used to establish contact with allies while avoiding detection by hostile surveillance networks. Astrid's knowledge of magical family bonds and guardian relationships proved essential for understanding the legal and magical implications of accepting Sirius as his official guardian. The bond would provide protection against attempts to override Hadrian's decisions about his education and future, but it would also make him a target for anyone seeking to capture or eliminate Sirius. After careful consideration and extensive discussion with his advisors at Gringotts, Hadrian decided to proceed with establishing the guardian relationship, while implementing additional security measures to protect both himself and Sirius from the political consequences of their association. The magical ceremony required to formalize magical guardianship was conducted in one of Durmstrang's most secure chambers, with Headmaster Karkaroff serving as witness and several faculty members providing additional magical protection against interference or surveillance. The bond that formed between Hadrian and Sirius was immediately apparent to everyone present, manifesting as a warm golden light that connected them across the distance that still separated them physically. More importantly, the bond provided Hadrian with access to family magic and knowledge that had been passed down through generations of Potters and Blacks. The heritage was both empowering and sobering. Hadrian gained access to magical techniques and family resources that would enhance his already considerable abilities. But he also inherited responsibility for preserving and protecting magical knowledge that represented centuries of accumulated wisdom and power. As winter deepened around Durmstrang Institute, Hadrian reflected on how much his life had changed since that storm-lashed night when he had first learned about magic, and made his decision to reject the comfortable assumptions that others had made about his future. He had established legal independence, developed magical abilities that exceeded those of many adult wizards, and formed connections with allies who shared his determination to resist attempts at manipulation and control. More importantly, he had begun to understand that his personal choices about education and independence were connected to larger questions about magical society and the distribution of power and knowledge within that society. His rejection of Dumbledore's plans had implications that extended far beyond his individual preferences, representing a challenge to assumptions about how exceptional young wizards should be managed and controlled. The letters that continued to arrive from Britain, despite his security measures, grew increasingly urgent and demanding as various factions realized that Harry Potter was not going to voluntarily return to the role they had prepared for him. Some threatened legal action to force his return. Others appealed to his sense of duty and responsibility toward the magical community that had celebrated him as a symbol of hope. Hadrian read each letter carefully and responded when appropriate. But his answers made it clear that he had no intention of allowing his life to be determined by the expectations or demands of others, regardless of their supposed authority or good intentions. He had chosen his own path based on careful evaluation of his needs and goals, and he intended to continue making his own decisions about his future, regardless of external pressure. As the first term at Durmstrang drew toward its conclusion, Hadrian looked forward to the advanced magical training that would continue through the winter months and the opportunities for independent research that would allow him to explore questions that interested him rather than simply completing assignments designed by others. Most importantly, he had begun to envision a future where Harry Potter would be defined not by what had been done to him as an infant, but by what he chose to accomplish as a young man with exceptional abilities and the freedom to use those abilities according to his own judgment and moral convictions. The boy who had rejected Hogwarts was becoming the young wizard who would forge his own relationship with power, knowledge, and responsibility, regardless of what the magical world expected or demanded of their famous symbol. And if that transformation challenged fundamental assumptions about how exceptional individuals should be managed within magical society, then perhaps it was time for magical society to evolve beyond its current limitations. The invitation to spend the winter holiday with Victor Krumm's family arrived on the same day that snow began falling in earnest around Durmstrang Institute, transforming the ancient castle into something that belonged in a fairy tale about ice queens and magical kingdoms carved from frozen starlight. Hadrian Potter stood at his dormitory window, watching the flakes swirl around the castle's towers, and felt a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty about venturing even further from anything that resembled familiar territory. Victor had extended the invitation during one of their regular training sessions, mentioning it with the casual tone of someone offering to share lunch rather than proposing an international journey into magical traditions that most British wizards had never encountered. The Krumm family maintained a compound in the mountains of Bulgaria, where they practiced forms of magic that drew directly from the ancient traditions of Eastern European wizardry, techniques that predated many of the standardized approaches taught in formal magical institutions. Your magical development would benefit from exposure to different magical traditions, Victor had explained, as he demonstrated an advanced flying technique that seemed to defy several fundamental laws of physics. My family has maintained old ways of magic that most schools no longer teach. Very practical techniques for someone who wishes to be prepared for dangerous situations. Hadrian had accepted the invitation with gratitude and genuine curiosity about magical traditions beyond the Northern European focus of Durmstrang's curriculum. The opportunity to study with practitioners who had maintained unbroken connections to pre-institutional magical knowledge was exactly the sort of educational experience that he had hoped to find by rejecting the limitations of traditional British magical education. The journey to Bulgaria was accomplished through magical transportation methods that made Hadrian profoundly grateful for his growing comfort with advanced magical techniques. Victor's father had arranged for them to travel via international flu network connections that required precise magical control and the ability to maintain orientation while moving through magical flames that bridged vast geographical distances in seconds rather than hours. The Krumm family compound was unlike anything Hadrian had imagined when Victor mentioned his family's magical traditions. Built into the living rock of a mountain valley that remained perpetually shrouded in clouds, the buildings seemed to grow from the stone itself, with architectural techniques that suggested centuries of magical construction and refinement. More impressive than the physical structures were the magical defenses that protected the compound from unwanted visitors and hostile surveillance. Hadrian could feel layer upon layer of protective enchantments woven into the very landscape, some of which operated on principles that he had never encountered in his studies at Durmstrang. Victor's father, Dimitri Krum, was a wizard whose presence commanded immediate respect without any need for dramatic gestures or displays of magical power. Tall and lean like his son, he possessed the sort of quiet confidence that came from decades of experience with dangerous magic and the political complexities of maintaining magical traditions in a world that was increasingly standardized and regulated. "Welcome to our home, young Potter," Dimitri said in English that carried only the slightest trace of his native accent. "Victor has told us much about your magical development and your determination to receive comprehensive magical education despite political pressures from your home country." The conversation over dinner that first evening introduced Hadrian to perspectives on magical theory and international magical politics that challenged many of his assumptions about how the magical world functioned. The Krum family had maintained their independence and magical traditions by developing expertise that made them valuable to multiple governments and magical organizations without becoming dependent on any single political entity. Dimitri had served as an aura for the Bulgarian ministry before establishing himself as an independent magical consultant who provided services to organizations throughout Eastern Europe. His wife, Elena, was a master of magical creature management whose knowledge of dark creature behavior and defensive techniques had made her one of the most sought-after experts in her field. Their approach to magic emphasized practical effectiveness over theoretical purity, and their training methods were designed to produce wizards who could handle whatever challenges the magical world might present, rather than simply passing standardized examinations or meeting institutional requirements. "Magic is a tool for survival and success, not academic exercise," Dimitri explained, as he demonstrated a defensive technique that created multiple layers of protection while simultaneously preparing counterattack options. "British magical education teaches you to follow rules. Eastern European traditions teach you to achieve objectives regardless of obstacles." The training that followed was the most intensive magical education of Hadrian's life to that point. Each day began before dawn, with physical conditioning that enhanced magical stamina and improved the mind-body connection necessary for advanced magical techniques. The exercises were demanding enough to challenge even Victor, who had been following the training regimen since childhood. Morning sessions focused on magical creature defense, with Eleanor providing instruction in techniques for handling everything from dark spirits to corrupted magical animals. Hadrian learned to recognize the magical signatures of various dangerous creatures and developed defensive strategies that could protect him against attacks from entities that most wizards preferred to simply avoid. The practical exercises involved live practice with magical creatures that the Krum family maintained for training purposes. These sessions were genuinely dangerous, requiring absolute concentration and perfect execution of defensive techniques to avoid serious injury. However, they provided exactly the sort of realistic preparation that Hadrian had been seeking since beginning his magical education. "Your instinctive understanding of defensive magic is exceptional," Elena observed, as Hadrian successfully protected himself against a simulated attack from a creature that resembled a cross between a large wolf and a shadow made solid. "Most students require months of practice to develop the level of situational awareness you demonstrate naturally." Afternoon training focused on advanced flying techniques and magical athletics that pushed both physical and magical abilities to their limits. Victor's approach to Quidditch was informed by generations of family knowledge about aerial combat and the sort of three-dimensional thinking that effective flying required. "Flying is not about controlling broom," Victor explained, as he guided Hadrian through increasingly complex aerial maneuvers. Flying is about becoming one with magical forces that allow humans to move through three-dimensional space as naturally as walking on ground. The techniques he taught went far beyond anything covered in standard flying instruction. Hadrian learned to fly without a broom by manipulating the same magical fields that allowed broomsticks to achieve lift and maneuverability. He mastered aerial combat techniques that treated flying as a form of magical martial arts rather than simply a means of transportation. More importantly, he developed the sort of aerial awareness and spatial thinking that would allow him to use flight as a tactical advantage in dangerous situations rather than simply a recreational activity or sport. Evening sessions were devoted to magical theory and advanced spell work that drew from Bulgarian magical traditions dating back centuries before the establishment of formal magical institutions. The Crumb family library contained texts in languages that Hadrian had never encountered, along with spell techniques that had been preserved through oral tradition and family practice rather than academic study. Dmitri introduced him to magical techniques that operated on principles fundamentally different from the standardized approaches taught at most magical schools. These methods required deeper understanding of magical theory and greater precision in magical execution, but they produced effects that were often more powerful and more versatile than conventional alternatives. Traditional magical education teaches you to cast specific spells for specific purposes, Dmitri explained, as he demonstrated a technique that seemed to combine elements of transfiguration, charms, and defensive magic into a single fluid magical action. Family traditions teach you to understand magical principles well enough to create solutions for whatever problems you encounter. The spell work that Hadrian learned during these evening sessions challenged every assumption he had developed about magical limitations and possibilities. He mastered techniques for magical energy manipulation that allowed him to sustain multiple complex spells simultaneously while maintaining sufficient reserves for emergency magical needs. More significantly, he began to understand magical theory at a level that allowed him to modify existing spells and create new magical techniques based on sound theoretical principles rather than simply memorizing established formulas. As the weeks of training continued, Hadrian received regular correspondence from Britain that provided disturbing glimpses into developments at Hogwarts and the broader magical community during his absence. The letters arrived through the secure communication channels he had established, but their contents suggested that his decision to pursue alternative magical education was having consequences that extended far beyond his personal circumstances. Hermione Granger had written several times describing strange incidents at Hogwarts that seemed to center around the third-floor corridor that had been declared off-limits to students. Her letters mentioned Professor Quirrell's increasingly erratic behavior and mysterious disappearances that coincided with attempts to breach whatever magical protections were guarding the forbidden area. More troubling were reports of magical disturbances throughout Britain that suggested dark magic was being practiced openly for the first time since Voldemort's defeat. Several families had reported incidents involving dark creatures that should not have been able to penetrate the protective wards that secured most magical communities. The Ministry of Magic was struggling to maintain public confidence while investigating magical crimes that seemed to follow patterns similar to those associated with Death Eater activities during the war. However, most of the suspected perpetrators were either dead or securely imprisoned in Azkaban, making it difficult to identify the source of the renewed dark magical activity. Your absence from Hogwarts is creating complications that extend far beyond educational politics, Sirius wrote in one of his carefully coded letters. There are forces at work that expected you to be in a specific place at a specific time, and your independence has disrupted plans that may have been years in the making. He went on to explain that intelligence sources within the magical community had detected increased activity among known Death Eater sympathizers and magical criminals who had escaped prosecution after Voldemort's defeat. These individuals seemed to be coordinating their activities in ways that suggested central organization and long-term planning. More disturbing still, there were indications that someone was attempting to locate and retrieve magical artifacts that had been connected to Voldemort's power during his reign of terror. Several break-ins at secure magical repositories suggested that the thieves possessed detailed knowledge of magical security systems and the specific locations of items that most people assumed had been destroyed or hidden beyond recovery. Dimitri Crumb's perspective on these developments was shaped by his experience with magical intelligence and his understanding of how dark wizards operated during periods of apparent defeat and rebuilding. Dark magic practitioners do not simply disappear when their leaders are eliminated, he explained during one of their evening theory sessions. They retreat and reorganize and wait for opportunities to resume their activities. Your fame as the boy who defeated Voldemort makes you both a valuable symbol and a dangerous threat to anyone seeking to restore dark magic influence. He went on to describe intelligence patterns that suggested Voldemort's followers were indeed organizing for some form of renewed activity, possibly including attempts to restore their fallen leader through magical techniques that most wizards considered impossible or purely theoretical. Your decision to educate yourself outside traditional British magical institutions has given you capabilities that these enemies did not anticipate, Dimitri continued. However, it has also removed you from protections that may have been designed to keep you safe while keeping you controllable. The training intensified as Dimitri realized that Hadrian might face magical threats sooner than anyone had anticipated. The advanced defensive techniques took on new urgency as they moved beyond academic exercises to practical preparation for life and death magical combat. Hadrian learned to fight multiple opponents simultaneously while protecting non-combatants and maintaining awareness of changing tactical situations. He mastered magical techniques that could disable enemies without causing permanent harm, along with combat magic that could eliminate threats that posed existential danger to himself or others. More importantly, he developed the sort of tactical thinking and situational awareness that would allow him to recognize and respond to magical threats before they could fully develop. The training emphasized quick decision-making under pressure and the ability to improvise effective responses to unexpected magical attacks. The magical artifacts that the Crumb family had collected over generations provided Hadrian with exposure to magical items and techniques that broadened his understanding of what magical practitioners could accomplish given sufficient knowledge and resources. Some of these items operated on magical principles that were no longer taught in formal educational institutions, having been lost or deliberately suppressed over the centuries. Elena's collection of defensive magical items was particularly enlightening, including protective amulets and emergency magical devices that could provide crucial advantages in dangerous situations. Hadrian learned to recognize and use magical tools that could enhance his natural abilities or provide backup resources if his own magical strength was insufficient for specific challenges. The family's approach to magical creature management also provided insights into forms of magic that most wizards never encountered. Hadrian learned to communicate with magical creatures using techniques that relied on magical resonance rather than verbal communication, and he developed understanding of creature behavior that would allow him to predict and counter attacks from entities that operated according to non-human magical patterns. As the winter holiday drew toward its conclusion, Hadrian reflected on how much his magical abilities and theoretical understanding had expanded during his time with the Crumb family. The training had been more intensive and more practically focused than anything he had experienced at Durmstrang, and it had given him capabilities that would serve him well, regardless of what challenges he might face in the future. More importantly, he had gained perspective on magical traditions that operated independently of institutional control and government regulation. The Crumb family's approach to magic was shaped by centuries of practical experience rather than academic theory, and their techniques were designed to produce results rather than satisfy bureaucratic requirements. Victor's personal mentorship had been particularly valuable, providing insights into advanced magical applications that bridged the gap between theoretical knowledge and practical expertise. Hadrian had learned to think like a magical professional rather than simply a student completing assignments, and he had developed confidence in his ability to handle complex magical situations independently. The flying techniques that Victor had taught him were alone worth the entire journey to Bulgaria. Hadrian could now maneuver through three-dimensional space with precision and speed that would give him significant advantages in any aerial confrontation, and he had mastered emergency flying techniques that could save his life if he found himself in dangerous situations far from ground-based assistance. As they prepared to return to Durmstrang for the remainder of the academic year, Dmitri provided Hadrian with several magical items that would enhance his defensive capabilities and allow him to maintain contact with the Krum family, regardless of geographical distance or political complications. "You have proven yourself worthy of our family's magical traditions," Dmitri said formally, as he presented Hadrian with a protective amulet that had been in the Krum family for generations. "Wear this with honor, and remember that you now have allies who will support you, regardless of what political forces may be arrayed against you." The return journey to Norway was accomplished with magical transportation techniques that Hadrian could now appreciate as examples of advanced magical craftsmanship, rather than simply convenient methods of travel. His expanded understanding of magical theory allowed him to recognize the sophisticated spellwork that made such transportation possible and safe. Back at Durmstrang Institute, Hadrian found himself approaching his studies with new confidence and deeper appreciation for the theoretical foundations that supported practical magical applications. The training in Bulgaria had provided him with real-world context for the academic material he was learning, and he could now see connections between different areas of magical study that had not been apparent before. His friends noticed the changes immediately. Dmitri Volkov commented that Hadrian's magical aura had become more stable and more powerful during his absence. Astrid Eriksson observed that his spell work demonstrated greater precision and more sophisticated understanding of magical principles. Klaus Zimmermann noted that his tactical thinking had evolved to include considerations that suggested genuine experience with dangerous magical situations. The professors at Durmstrang were equally impressed with Hadrian's development. Professor Morozov increased the difficulty of his individual training sessions to match Hadrian's enhanced capabilities. Professor Eriksson introduced him to advanced transfiguration techniques that required the sort of theoretical understanding that he had gained during his holiday studies. Most significantly, Professor Yaxley began treating him as a junior colleague rather than simply an advanced student, involving him in magical research projects that were producing genuine contributions to magical knowledge. As the second term began, Hadrian felt more prepared than ever for whatever challenges the magical world might present. His time with the Krum family had given him skills and knowledge that extended far beyond what any traditional magical education could provide, and he had gained allies whose expertise and resources would be available to him regardless of political pressures or institutional limitations. The letters from Britain continued to arrive with increasing urgency, suggesting that his absence from Hogwarts was creating complications that various factions were finding difficult to manage. However, Hadrian felt confident that his alternative educational path was preparing him far more effectively for the realities of magical conflict than any traditional approach could have accomplished. More importantly, he had begun to understand that his individual choices about education and independence were connected to larger questions about how magical society should prepare young wizards for the challenges they would face as adults. His rejection of limitations and his determination to seek the most comprehensive magical education available represented a challenge to assumptions that had governed magical education for generations. The boy who had rejected Dumbledore's plans was becoming the young man who would define new approaches to magical development and preparation for the complex realities of magical society. And if that transformation challenged the comfort and control that established authorities preferred to maintain over exceptional young wizards, then perhaps it was time for magical society to evolve beyond its current limitations and embrace more effective approaches to magical education and development. The winter winds continued to howl around Durmstrang's ancient towers, but Hadrian Potter stood at his dormitory window, looking out over the frozen fjord, with confidence that he was exactly where he belonged, and exactly where he needed to be to become the wizard he was determined to be. The announcement of the Triwizard Tournament's revival arrived at Durmstrang Institute on a crisp March morning, when the fjord ice was beginning to show the first hairline cracks that promised the eventual return of spring to the northern reaches of Europe. Hadrian Potter was reviewing his advanced magical theory notes in the library when Professor Yaxley approached his study table with an expression that suggested momentous news was about to disrupt whatever academic routine the students had established. "Mr. Potter," Professor Yaxley said without preamble, "I believe you should join me in Headmaster Karkaroff's office immediately. There has been a development that will require your input and possibly your direct participation in events that extend far beyond our normal academic schedule." The walk through Durmstrang's ancient corridors was conducted in thoughtful silence, but Hadrian could sense the barely contained excitement radiating from Professor Yaxley's magical aura. Whatever news awaited him in the headmaster's office was significant enough to generate genuine enthusiasm from one of the most intellectually demanding professors at the institute. Karkaroff's office was more crowded than Hadrian had ever seen it, with several senior faculty members present, along with what appeared to be official representatives from multiple magical governments. The magical energy in the room was complex and layered, suggesting that significant political negotiations had been taking place for some time before his arrival. "Ah, Mr. Potter," Karkaroff said with obvious satisfaction as Hadrian entered the room. "Please sit. We have been discussing an opportunity that may interest you greatly, though it will also present challenges that extend far beyond normal academic expectations." The headmaster moved to stand beside a detailed magical map that showed the locations of the 3 major European magical schools, with connecting lines that suggested some form of coordinated activity between the institutions. "The Triwizard Tournament is being revived after more than a century of suspension," Karkaroff announced, his voice carrying the weight of someone delivering historically significant news. "Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang will each select a champion to compete in magical challenges designed to test advanced magical abilities, courage, and intellectual problem-solving under extreme pressure." Hadrian felt his pulse quicken as he began to understand the implications of this announcement. The Triwizard Tournament was legendary among magical students, representing the ultimate test of magical competence and the highest honor that could be achieved during one's educational career. More importantly, the tournament would be held at Hogwarts, meaning that he would have the opportunity to return to Britain and demonstrate exactly what his alternative magical education had accomplished. The prospect of showing Dumbledore and the British magical community what Harry Potter had become outside their control and limitations was intensely appealing. However, Karkaroff continued, there are complications that make this tournament particularly significant beyond its historical importance. The revival has been negotiated as part of broader magical cooperation agreements between our governments, and there are political considerations that extend far beyond educational competition. He gestured to the government representatives who had been observing the conversation with the sort of intense attention that suggested they understood exactly what was at stake in the tournament selection process. "The British Ministry of Magic has made it clear that they expect this tournament to demonstrate the superiority of traditional British magical education," Professor Yaxley added. "They believe that Hogwarts will easily dominate the competition and prove that students educated outside British institutions are inadequately prepared for advanced magical challenges." Hadrian began to understand the broader context that made his potential participation so significant. The tournament would not simply be a competition between individual students, but a demonstration of the relative effectiveness of different approaches to magical education. His rejection of Hogwarts and his success at Durmstrang represented a direct challenge to British assumptions about magical education superiority. "What are the requirements for selection as Durmstrang's champion?" Hadrian asked, already beginning to formulate plans for preparation and training that would ensure he was ready for whatever challenges the tournament might present. Traditionally, the champion is selected from among our seventh-year students, Karkaroff replied. However, the selection process emphasizes magical competence and demonstrated abilities rather than simply age or time spent in formal education. Based on your academic progress and the reports from your professors, you would be qualified to compete for selection despite your current year level. Professor Morozov spoke for the first time since Hadrian's arrival, his voice carrying the authority of someone whose opinion about magical combat capabilities commanded immediate respect throughout the magical world. Your defensive abilities and tactical thinking are already superior to those of most graduate-level students, he said directly to Hadrian. The advanced training you received during your winter holiday has given you practical experience with dangerous magical situations that many of our seventh-year students have never encountered. Professor Eriksson nodded agreement from her position beside the magical map. Your transfiguration skills demonstrate the sort of theoretical understanding and practical precision that would be essential for tournament competition. More importantly, your ability to improvise magical solutions under pressure suggests that you would handle unexpected challenges effectively. The conversation continued for more than an hour, covering everything from tournament history to the specific magical challenges that champions might face to the political implications of Durmstrang's champion selection. Hadrian learned that the tournament had been suspended originally because of the high mortality rate among participants, and its revival included new safety measures designed to prevent fatalities while maintaining the challenging nature of the competition. More significantly, he discovered that his potential participation would have implications that extended far beyond personal achievement or even educational politics. The British magical community was deeply divided about Harry Potter's rejection of Hogwarts, and his success in the tournament would either vindicate his choices or demonstrate the limitations of alternative magical education. There are those in the British ministry who hope that tournament competition will expose the inadequacies of your non-traditional education and provide justification for forcing your return to British magical institutions, one of the government representatives explained with diplomatic neutrality. Conversely, your success would establish precedent for magical students choosing international education over national institutions. Hadrian requested time to consider the implications and prepare properly for the selection competition that would determine Durmstrang's champion. The decision would commit him to months of intensive preparation and eventual participation in magical challenges that could be genuinely dangerous despite the safety measures that had been implemented. However, the opportunity to demonstrate his magical abilities on an international stage and prove the effectiveness of his educational choices was exactly what he had been hoping for, since first rejecting Dumbledore's predetermined path for his future. The preparation process that followed was the most demanding magical training of Hadrian's life. Each day began with intensive physical conditioning designed to enhance magical stamina and improve the mind-body connection necessary for sustained magical performance under extreme stress. The exercises were adapted from Bulgarian military magical training and pushed his physical capabilities far beyond what normal academic study required. Morning sessions focused on advanced magical theory and spell development, with emphasis on techniques that could be adapted to unknown challenges and unexpected situations. Hadrian worked with Professor Yaxley to develop original magical approaches that combined elements from multiple magical disciplines into integrated solutions that could handle complex problems. The theoretical work was intellectually demanding in ways that challenged even his enhanced understanding of magical principles. He learned to analyze magical challenges from multiple perspectives simultaneously and develop contingency plans for situations where his initial approach might prove inadequate or dangerous. Afternoon training concentrated on practical magical applications under simulated tournament conditions. Professor Morozov had constructed magical scenarios that replicated the sorts of challenges that previous tournaments had presented, requiring Hadrian to demonstrate magical competence while dealing with time pressure, physical danger, and unpredictable magical environments. The simulated challenges were genuinely dangerous, requiring absolute precision and perfect magical control to avoid serious injury. However, they provided exactly the sort of realistic preparation that would be essential for actual tournament competition. Your magical reserves and control are exceptional for someone your age, Professor Morozov observed during one particularly challenging simulation, where Hadrian had successfully navigated a magical obstacle course while maintaining complex protective enchantments around simulated civilian targets. More importantly, your ability to maintain tactical awareness while casting advanced magic suggests that you would handle tournament pressure effectively. Evening sessions were devoted to psychological preparation and mental conditioning techniques designed to enhance focus and maintain emotional control during high-stress situations. Hadrian learned advanced occlumency techniques that would protect his thoughts from external intrusion and allow him to maintain clear thinking even when facing life-threatening magical challenges. The mental training also included exposure to magical situations designed to test his emotional responses and decision-making capabilities under extreme pressure. These sessions were often more challenging than the physical magical training, requiring him to maintain moral clarity and ethical decision-making while dealing with scenarios that offered no easy or completely satisfactory solutions. As the selection process approached, Hadrian's reputation among Durmstrang students had evolved from promising first year to genuine candidate for champion status. His academic performance remained exceptional, but his practical magical abilities had developed to levels that impressed even the most advanced students. Viktor Krum had become both mentor and training partner during the preparation process, providing insights into magical competition and the psychological demands of representing one's institution on an international stage. Their practice sessions were intense and highly competitive, pushing both wizards to perform at their absolute peak capabilities. "You have developed into formidable magical competitor," Viktor observed during one of their final training sessions before the selection trials. "Win or lose, you have already demonstrated that alternative magical education can produce results that exceed traditional institutional expectations." The friendship that had developed between them during these months of intensive training represented one of the most valuable aspects of Hadrian's experience at Durmstrang. Victor's perspective on magical competition and international magical politics had provided insights that would serve Hadrian well, regardless of whether he was selected as champion. More importantly, the training had deepened Hadrian's understanding of his own magical abilities and given him confidence that he could handle whatever challenges the magical world might present. The preparation process had been demanding enough to test his absolute limits, but it had also revealed reserves of magical strength and tactical thinking that he had not realized he possessed. The selection trials themselves took place over 3 days in late April, with each potential champion required to demonstrate magical competence in multiple areas while competing directly against other candidates. The challenges were designed to test not only raw magical power, but also creativity, problem-solving abilities, and the sort of grace under pressure that would be essential for tournament success. Hadrian approached each challenge with the methodical preparation and tactical thinking that had characterized his approach to magical education since rejecting Hogwarts. He analyzed each situation carefully before attempting solutions, and he demonstrated the sort of innovative magical applications that distinguished Durmstrang's educational approach from more traditional institutions. The first trial involved magical creature management under dangerous conditions, requiring candidates to protect simulated civilian populations while dealing with creatures that had been magically enhanced to exceed their normal capabilities. Hadrian's training with Elena Krum proved invaluable, allowing him to recognize creature behavior patterns and develop effective countermeasures without resorting to lethal force. The second trial focused on advanced magical construction, challenging candidates to create complex magical structures capable of withstanding sustained magical assault while providing specific defensive and offensive capabilities. Hadrian's transfiguration skills and theoretical understanding of magical architecture allowed him to design solutions that were both elegant and highly functional. The final trial combined elements of magical combat, puzzle solving, and ethical decision-making in scenarios that required candidates to achieve specific objectives while operating under severe time constraints and physical danger. Hadrian's tactical training and combat experience enabled him to navigate these challenges with efficiency and precision that impressed even the faculty observers. When the selection results were announced, Hadrian felt a complex mixture of pride and trepidation as Headmaster Karkaroff formally named him as Durmstrang's champion for the revived Triwizard tournament. The achievement represented validation of his educational choices and recognition of his exceptional magical development, but it also committed him to competition that would test his abilities against the best young wizards that Europe could produce. More significantly, it guaranteed his return to Britain for the tournament competition, creating an opportunity to demonstrate exactly what Harry Potter had become outside the limitations and expectations that the British magical community had tried to impose upon him. The months between selection and tournament competition were devoted to specialized preparation that focused on the specific types of challenges that Triwizard champions had historically faced. Hadrian worked with experts in magical creature behavior, advanced transfiguration, underwater magic, and aerial combat techniques that would prepare him for whatever the tournament organizers might devise. The training also included intensive study of magical history and tournament traditions, giving Hadrian comprehensive understanding of what previous champions had accomplished and how they had approached the challenges they faced. The historical perspective provided valuable insights into effective strategies and common tactical mistakes that could be avoided with proper preparation. Perhaps most importantly, the preparation included extensive planning for the political and social challenges that would accompany his return to Britain as Durmstrang's champion. Hadrian understood that the tournament competition would be secondary to the larger questions about his rejection of British magical institutions and his success in alternative educational environments. Letters from Sirius Black during this period provided valuable intelligence about political developments in Britain and the various factions that were positioning themselves around Harry Potter's eventual return. The correspondence suggested that his participation in the tournament was being viewed as a test case for broader questions about magical education reform and institutional authority over exceptional young wizards. Dumbledore has been notably silent about your selection as Durmstrang champion, Sirius wrote in one carefully coded message. However, sources suggest that he is deeply concerned about the implications of your success and is preparing countermeasures designed to minimize the political impact of your achievements. The headmaster of Hogwarts was apparently working to ensure that Harry Potter's tournament participation would be framed as a temporary deviation from his proper educational path rather than a vindication of alternative approaches to magical development. The political maneuvering suggested that the stakes of the tournament extended far beyond individual competition to fundamental questions about magical education policy. As autumn approached and the tournament date drew nearer, Hadrian felt more prepared than ever for the challenges that awaited him. His magical abilities had developed far beyond what any traditional educational program could have accomplished, and his practical experience with dangerous magical situations had given him confidence in his ability to handle whatever the tournament organizers might devise. More importantly, he had gained perspective on magical education and personal development that allowed him to see his participation in the tournament as part of a larger pattern of choices about independence, excellence, and the refusal to accept limitations imposed by others' expectations or fears. The correspondence with his friends at Durmstrang during the final weeks before departure revealed how much his relationships with fellow students had evolved during his time at the Institute. Dimitri, Astrid, and Klaus had become genuine allies whose magical abilities and international perspectives would remain valuable resources regardless of what challenges he might face in the future. "We are proud to have our friend representing international magical education," Astrid wrote in her typically direct manner. Win or lose, you have already demonstrated that magical excellence can be achieved through dedication and comprehensive education, rather than simply following predetermined institutional paths. Klaus provided tactical advice based on his family's experience with magical conflict, emphasizing the importance of maintaining situational awareness and avoiding overconfidence despite superior preparation. His perspective on magical competition as a form of controlled warfare provided valuable insights into effective tournament strategy. Dimitri's contribution was characteristically practical, offering magical techniques and theoretical insights that could provide competitive advantages in challenging situations. His natural magical strength and intuitive understanding of magical energy manipulation had given him unique perspectives on advanced magical applications. As Hadrian prepared to leave Durmstrang for the tournament, he reflected on how much his understanding of magic and his own capabilities had expanded since that storm-lashed night when he had first learned about the magical world and rejected the comfortable assumptions that others had made about his future. He had transformed himself from Harry Potter, the boy who lived in a cupboard, into Hadrian Potter, champion of one of the most prestigious magical institutions in Europe, and a young wizard whose abilities exceeded those of many adults despite his age. More importantly, he had proven to himself and others that exceptional individuals could forge their own paths toward excellence, rather than accepting the limitations and expectations that established authorities preferred to impose. His success at Durmstrang represented a challenge to fundamental assumptions about magical education and development that would have implications far beyond his individual circumstances. The tournament would provide an opportunity to demonstrate these achievements on the most visible stage possible, competing against champions from institutions that represented traditional approaches to magical education, while showing what comprehensive international magical training could accomplish. Tomorrow would bring his departure for Britain, and his first return to the magical community that had celebrated him as a symbol, while simultaneously trying to control every aspect of his development. The boy who had rejected Dumbledore's plans was about to become the young man who would prove that alternative paths toward magical excellence were not only possible, but potentially superior to traditional institutional approaches. As he stood once again at his dormitory window, looking out over the fjord that had become as familiar as home, Hadrian felt confidence that he was ready for whatever challenges awaited him and whatever consequences might follow from his choices about education, independence, and the determination to define his own relationship with the magical world and his place within it. The journey back to Britain felt like traveling backward through time toward a version of himself that Hadrian Potter had deliberately left behind in his determined pursuit of magical excellence and personal independence. The Durmstrang ship that carried him across the North Sea was the same vessel that had first brought him to the Northern Institute. But everything else about his circumstances had changed dramatically during his years of intensive magical education and development. Where once he had been an uncertain 11-year-old, fleeing from expectations and limitations imposed by others, he now returned as the official champion of one of Europe's most prestigious magical institutions, carrying magical abilities that exceeded those of many adult wizards and representing educational philosophies that challenged fundamental assumptions about how exceptional young people should be trained and developed. Victor Crumb stood beside him at the ship's rail as the familiar coastline of Scotland emerged from the morning mist, his presence serving as both moral support and tangible reminder of the international magical community that Hadrian now represented. The older wizard's selection as Durmstrang's official champion had been expected and well-deserved, but his friendship and mentorship had provided Hadrian with perspectives on magical competition and international politics that would be invaluable during the challenging weeks ahead. You are returning to Britain as different person than the boy who rejected their predetermined path, Victor observed, as they watched Hogwarts Castle come into view across the black waters of the lake. They will try to treat you as wayward child who needs to be brought back, under proper supervision and control. You must show them that you have become something they did not expect and cannot easily manage." Hadrian nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility that came with representing not only Durmstrang Institute, but also the broader principle that exceptional individuals should be free to seek the most comprehensive education available rather than accepting whatever arrangements others found convenient or controllable. His success or failure in the tournament would influence magical education policy for generations of students who might otherwise be denied opportunities to develop their full potential. The arrival at Hogwarts was orchestrated with the sort of theatrical precision that the British magical community seemed to favor for public ceremonies and symbolic occasions. Durmstrang's delegation was expected to make a dramatic entrance that would demonstrate their magical sophistication while acknowledging the host institution's traditional preeminence in European magical education. However, the carefully planned ceremony was disrupted almost immediately by the shocked reactions of students and faculty who recognized Hadrian Potter among the Durmstrang representatives. The whispers and pointing began before the delegation had even completed their formal entrance, and the level of attention quickly exceeded anything that normal tournament protocol would have generated. Professor McGonagall's expression as she observed Hadrian's transformation was particularly revealing, cycling through surprise, dismay, and what might have been grudging admiration for the confidence and magical competence that he now displayed. The stern witch who had tried to convince him to reconsider his educational choices was clearly struggling to reconcile her memory of the uncertain boy who had rejected Hogwarts with the composed young wizard who now stood among Durmstrang's elite students. Dumbledore's reaction was more carefully controlled, but equally significant. The elderly wizard's eyes behind his half-moon spectacles showed none of the grandfatherly warmth that had characterized his previous interactions with Harry Potter. Instead, there was calculation and perhaps concern as he evaluated the political and strategic implications of Harry Potter's return to Britain as the representative of a foreign magical institution. The Great Hall erupted in excited conversation as students throughout the hall recognized the famous Harry Potter among the visiting delegation. However, their reactions suggested confusion rather than simple recognition, as if they were struggling to understand how the boy who lived had somehow transformed himself into a representative of Durmstrang Institute. Hermione Granger was among the first Hogwarts students to approach the Durmstrang delegation during the welcome feast, her bushy hair and earnest expression unchanged despite the years that had passed since their last meeting. Her reaction to Hadrian's transformation was complex, showing both genuine pleasure at seeing him again and obvious concern about the choices that had led him so far from the path that everyone had expected him to follow. "Harry," she said uncertainly, using the name that most of the magical world still associated with him. "You look so different. More confident, I suppose. And your magical aura feels much stronger than I remember." "I prefer Hadrian now," he replied gently, not wanting to hurt her feelings, but needing to establish that he was no longer the boy who had briefly attended Hogwarts or fit into the expectations that others had formed about Harry Potter's development. "The education I received at Durmstrang emphasized practical magical applications and comprehensive theoretical understanding rather than simply following predetermined curricula." Hermione's expression suggested that she was reassessing everything she thought she knew about magical education and the choices that exceptional students might make when given genuine alternatives to traditional institutional approaches. Her questions about Durmstrang's curriculum and Hadrian's experiences there demonstrated the sort of intellectual curiosity that had always characterized her approach to learning. The conversation continued throughout the evening, with other Hogwarts students joining the discussion as they overcame their initial shock and began to understand that Harry Potter had not simply disappeared from the magical world, but had instead chosen to pursue his education through different institutions and methods. Ron Weasley's reaction was more complicated, showing obvious jealousy mixed with confusion about how his former friend had managed to transform himself so dramatically. The red-haired boy's questions focused more on the social and political aspects of Hadrian's choices rather than the educational benefits, suggesting that he was struggling to understand motivations that extended beyond simple rebellion or attention-seeking. "You could have been at Hogwarts all along," Ron said, with obvious frustration. "You could have been playing Quidditch and learning magic with your friends instead of going off to some foreign school that nobody has heard of. Durmstrang Institute is one of the most prestigious magical institutions in Europe," Hadrian replied diplomatically. "The education I received there prepared me for magical challenges that I would never have encountered through traditional British curricula. More importantly, it allowed me to develop my abilities according to my own assessment of what I needed to learn, rather than what others thought was appropriate for someone my age." The political dimensions of his return became even more apparent during his first formal meeting with Dumbledore, which took place in the headmaster's office the morning after the Durmstrang delegation's arrival. The office remained exactly as Hadrian remembered it, filled with magical instruments and sleeping portraits that suggested centuries of accumulated wisdom and authority. However, the dynamic between himself and Dumbledore had shifted fundamentally since their last meeting. Where once the elderly wizard had possessed automatic authority based on his reputation and institutional position, Hadrian now approached the conversation as an equal representing his own interests and constituencies, rather than a student seeking guidance from a respected teacher. "Harry," Dumbledore began, and there was something almost plaintive in his use of the diminutive name. "I had hoped that we might speak privately about your experiences at Durmstrang and your plans for the future. There are developments in the magical world that may require your attention and perhaps your direct involvement. I am willing to discuss any matters that affect my safety or my responsibilities as Durmstrang's champion," Hadrian replied formally. "However, I should mention that I now prefer to be addressed as Hadrian rather than Harry, and that any discussions about my future will need to acknowledge my legal independence and my right to make decisions about my own life and career." Dumbledore's expression suggested that he was still adjusting to the reality of Harry Potter as an independent agent rather than a malleable child whose development could be managed through careful manipulation of circumstances and information. The headmaster's questions about Durmstrang's curriculum and Hadrian's magical development seemed designed to identify weaknesses or limitations that might justify intervention or redirection. However, Hadrian's responses demonstrated comprehensive magical knowledge and practical abilities that clearly exceeded what Dumbledore had expected from alternative educational approaches. The conversation revealed that Hadrian's rejection of Hogwarts had produced exactly the sort of advanced magical competence that the elderly wizard had hoped to develop through his own carefully planned curriculum. More disturbing for Dumbledore was Hadrian's obvious awareness of the political manipulation and surveillance that had characterized British magical communities' attempts to monitor and influence his development. The young wizard's questions about magical intelligence gathering and institutional authority suggested that he understood the broader context of their relationship in ways that would make future manipulation considerably more difficult. "Your magical abilities have indeed developed remarkably," Dumbledore admitted finally. "However, there are aspects of your situation and your destiny that extend beyond educational considerations. The magical world faces threats that may require your specific capabilities and your willingness to accept responsibilities that others cannot fulfill. If the magical world faces genuine threats, then it should welcome allies who have received the most comprehensive magical education available," Hadrian replied evenly. "My training at Durmstrang emphasized practical defense against dark magic and advanced magical theory that would be valuable in any conflict situation. However, my willingness to provide assistance will depend on being treated as an independent ally rather than a controlled asset." The conversation continued for more than an hour, covering everything from magical education policy to international magical politics to the specific security concerns that were driving Dumbledore's apparent urgency about re-establishing contact with Harry Potter. What emerged was a picture of magical society that was more complex and potentially dangerous than Hadrian had realized during his focused pursuit of educational excellence. Voldemort's name was mentioned explicitly for the first time, with Dumbledore explaining that there were indications the Dark Wizard might be closer to resurrection than most people realized. The events at Hogwarts during Hadrian's first year, including Professor Quirrell's mysterious behavior and the break-ins that Hermione had described in her letters, were apparently connected to attempts to locate magical artifacts that could facilitate Voldemort's return to physical form. More immediately concerning was intelligence suggesting that Death Eaters and other dark magic practitioners were organizing for renewed activity, possibly including direct attempts to capture or eliminate Harry Potter before he could interfere with their plans. The tournament provided an opportunity for hostile forces to target him in a controlled environment where his movements and activities would be predictable and potentially vulnerable. "Your safety during the tournament is of paramount concern," Dumbledore said, with obvious sincerity. "However, your participation also provides opportunities to demonstrate magical abilities that could serve as deterrent to those who might consider you vulnerable because of your youth or your education outside traditional British institutions." Hadrian appreciated the information about potential threats, but he was also aware that Dumbledore's concern for his safety might be motivated by strategic considerations about Harry Potter's value as a symbol and weapon, rather than genuine personal affection or responsibility. The conversation concluded with polite acknowledgement of mutual interests, but no formal agreements about cooperation or coordination of activities. The tournament challenges themselves began several days later with the selection of champions through the Goblet of Fire, a magical artifact whose ancient magic was supposed to ensure that only the most qualified candidates would be chosen to represent their institutions. The ceremony took place in the Great Hall with appropriate pomp and circumstance, but the results produced complications that no one had anticipated. Victor Crumb's selection as Durmstrang champion was expected and appropriate, confirming his status as one of the most magically competent students in European magical education. Fleur Delacour's selection as Beauxbatons champion was similarly reasonable, representing the French institution's emphasis on magical elegance and sophisticated spellwork. However, the Goblet selection of Cedric Diggory as Hogwarts champion was followed by a fourth selection that stunned everyone present and created immediate political complications. The Goblet somehow produced Hadrian Potter's name, designating him as a second Hogwarts champion, despite his obvious affiliation with Durmstrang Institute. The magical compulsion that accompanied selection by the Goblet meant that Hadrian would be required to participate in the tournament, regardless of his preferences or the obvious irregularities in the selection process. More importantly, the situation created unprecedented questions about institutional representation and the magical authority that governed tournament participation. "I did not enter my name in the Goblet of Fire," Hadrian stated clearly during the emergency meeting that followed the selection ceremony. "I am here as a guest and supporter of Durmstrang's official champion, not as a competitor representing any institution." However, magical analysis of the Goblet's function revealed that someone had indeed entered Hadrian's name, using advanced magical techniques that bypassed the normal protections and qualification requirements. The entry had been submitted under Harry Potter rather than Hadrian Potter, suggesting that the person responsible possessed detailed knowledge of his background and current circumstances. More disturbing still, the magical compulsion created by the Goblet selection could not be safely broken without risking serious magical injury or death. Hadrian would be required to participate in the tournament challenges regardless of the irregular circumstances of his selection. The political implications were immediately apparent to everyone involved. Hadrian's forced participation as a second Hogwarts champion would be interpreted by many as evidence that his rejection of British magical education had been temporary, and that he was now returning to his proper institutional affiliation. Conversely, his superior performance in tournament challenges would demonstrate the effectiveness of Durmstrang's educational approach and potentially embarrass Hogwarts by showing that their rejected student had surpassed their official champion through alternative training methods. "I will participate in the required tournament challenges," Hadrian announced after careful consideration of his limited options. "However, I want it clearly understood that I remain affiliated with Durmstrang Institute and that my participation does not constitute acceptance of Hogwarts authority over my education or my future." Victor Krumm's response to this development demonstrated the sort of mature professionalism that had made him an ideal mentor and friend throughout Hadrian's time at Durmstrang. Rather than viewing Hadrian's forced participation as competition or betrayal, Victor immediately offered to coordinate their preparation and share tactical information that would benefit both champions. "We are both products of Durmstrang education," Victor pointed out pragmatically. "Your success will demonstrate the effectiveness of our training methods just as clearly as my own achievements. Better for us to work together than to allow tournament organizers to pit us against each other for political purposes." The first task of the tournament involved facing dragons, magical creatures whose power and intelligence made them among the most dangerous opponents that any wizard might encounter. The challenge required champions to retrieve a golden egg from nesting dragons while avoiding serious injury and demonstrating the sort of magical competence that would be necessary for advanced magical careers. Hadrian's preparation for the Dragon Challenge drew upon every aspect of his Durmstrang education, from advanced defensive magic to magical creature behavior, to the tactical thinking that would allow him to achieve his objective efficiently while minimizing unnecessary risks. His approach emphasized magical innovation and adaptive problem-solving rather than simple confrontational tactics. The strategy he developed involved advanced transfiguration magic that would allow him to approach the dragon without triggering its protective instincts, combined with distraction techniques that would create opportunities to retrieve the golden egg without engaging in direct magical combat with a creature whose raw power exceeded that of most human wizards. The execution of his strategy during the actual task demonstrated exactly what Durmstrang's educational approach could accomplish when applied by someone with exceptional magical abilities and comprehensive theoretical understanding. Hadrian's performance was not only successful, but elegant, showing magical sophistication that impressed even the experienced wizards serving as tournament judges. More importantly, his approach to the challenge demonstrated the sort of innovative magical thinking that distinguished Durmstrang graduates from wizards trained through more traditional institutional methods. Rather than relying on predetermined techniques or standard approaches, he had developed an original solution that addressed the specific requirements of the challenge while showcasing advanced magical abilities. The reaction from the British magical community was immediate and complex. Many spectators were impressed by the magical competence that Harry Potter had demonstrated, but they were also concerned about the implications of his obvious transformation through foreign magical education. Dumbledore's expression during Hadrian's performance suggested careful evaluation of capabilities that exceeded what the elderly wizard had expected from alternative educational approaches. The headmaster's subsequent comments to ministry officials suggested that he was reassessing his assumptions about magical education policy and the management of exceptional young wizards. The tournament continued with additional challenges that tested different aspects of magical competence and problem-solving abilities. Each task provided Hadrian with opportunities to demonstrate the breadth and depth of his Durmstrang education, while proving that his rejection of traditional British magical institutions had produced superior rather than deficient magical development. Perhaps more significantly, his participation in the tournament was beginning to influence other young wizards who were questioning whether traditional institutional approaches provided the best possible magical education. Several Hogwarts students approached him privately to ask about Durmstrang's curriculum and admission requirements, suggesting that his example was inspiring others to consider alternative educational paths. The conversations with fellow students revealed that many young wizards harbored doubts about the limitations and constraints of traditional magical education, but had never considered international alternatives as realistic options. Hadrian's success was demonstrating that exceptional students could indeed forge their own educational paths and achieve superior results through institutions that emphasized excellence over conformity. As the tournament progressed toward its final challenges, Hadrian reflected on how much his understanding of magical politics and educational policy had evolved since his initial decision to reject Hogwarts in favor of Durmstrang Institute. What had begun as a personal choice about his individual education had become a public demonstration of alternative approaches to magical development that challenged fundamental assumptions about institutional authority and student agency. His return to Britain as Durmstrang champion had proven exactly what he had hoped to demonstrate when he first rejected Dumbledore's predetermined path. Alternative magical education could produce superior results when it emphasized comprehensive theoretical understanding, practical applications, and respect for student autonomy rather than institutional control and political convenience. More importantly, his success was establishing precedent that would benefit future generations of exceptional young wizards who deserved opportunities to develop their full potential rather than accepting whatever educational arrangements adults found manageable or politically acceptable. The boy who had rejected Hogwarts was proving that independence and excellence were not only compatible but mutually reinforcing when young people were given the freedom and support necessary to pursue their own vision of magical competence and personal development. And if that demonstration challenged comfortable assumptions about institutional authority and educational policy, then perhaps it was time for the magical world to embrace more effective approaches to developing the extraordinary individuals who would shape its future. The weeks following the first task of the Triwizard Tournament brought a level of scrutiny and political attention that even Hadrian Potter's comprehensive preparation at Durmstrang had not fully anticipated. His elegant solution to the Dragon Challenge had demonstrated magical competence that exceeded most adult wizards, but it had also raised uncomfortable questions about the effectiveness of traditional British magical education and the wisdom of allowing exceptional students to pursue alternative institutional arrangements. The morning after his successful completion of the Dragon task, Hadrian woke to find his dormitory window surrounded by owls carrying letters from magical newspapers, government officials, and educational institutions throughout Europe. The correspondence ranged from interview requests to formal inquiries about Durmstrang's curriculum to what appeared to be recruitment offers from magical organizations that valued advanced magical competence over institutional loyalty. More significantly, several letters bore the seals of magical governments that were apparently reassessing their own educational policies in light of Harry Potter's demonstration that alternative approaches could produce superior results. The political implications extended far beyond individual tournament competition to fundamental questions about how magical societies should identify and develop exceptional talent. Victor Crumb found him reviewing the correspondence over breakfast in the Great Hall, the older wizard's expression suggesting concern about developments that were beginning to overshadow the tournament itself. "Your success is creating complications that extend far beyond magical education," Victor observed as he examined some of the official-looking letters. "There are forces at work that view your achievements as either validation of approaches they support or threats to systems they wish to preserve." Hadrian nodded, having reached similar conclusions during his analysis of the political responses to his tournament performance. His rejection of Hogwarts and subsequent success at Durmstrang had become a symbol for broader debates about institutional authority, student autonomy, and the most effective methods for developing magical competence. What concerned him most was evidence that his tournament participation was being manipulated by parties with agendas that extended far beyond educational policy or even his personal welfare. The irregular circumstances of his selection by the Goblet of Fire suggested that someone with advanced magical abilities had deliberately engineered his forced participation for purposes that remained unclear. Professor Moody, the new Defense Against Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts, had been conducting what he claimed were routine security interviews with all tournament participants. However, his questions about Hadrian's magical training and political connections suggested intelligence gathering rather than simple tournament administration. The man's magical aura was complex and layered in ways that made Hadrian's enhanced magical senses uncomfortable. Years of training at Durmstrang had taught him to recognize when magical signatures indicated deception or concealment, and Professor Moody's presence triggered every warning instinct that his comprehensive magical education had developed. "Your time at Durmstrang has given you capabilities that some people find threatening," Professor Moody said during their private interview, his magical eye spinning independently as it examined magical signatures that normal vision could not detect. "There are those who believe that young wizards should be kept safely under institutional supervision rather than developing abilities that might be difficult to control or predict. I am not interested in being controlled or predicted," Hadrian replied evenly. "My magical education emphasized independent thinking and comprehensive competence rather than compliance with external expectations." The professor's response was a smile that contained no warmth and suggested that he found Hadrian's independence more problematic than admirable. The interview continued with increasingly probing questions about his political connections, his relationship with international magical organizations, and his plans for future magical development. Most disturbing were Professor Moody's questions about dark magic and Hadrian's understanding of techniques that might be considered inappropriate for someone his age. The inquiries seemed designed to identify knowledge or abilities that could be characterized as dangerous or potentially corrupting. Durmstrang teaches comprehensive magical defense, which includes understanding dark magic well enough to counter it effectively, Hadrian explained patiently. This approach has proven more effective than simply hoping that ignorance will provide protection against hostile magic. Understanding and using are different matters entirely, Professor Moody replied with obvious skepticism. There are those who would argue that young wizards should not be exposed to knowledge that might tempt them toward inappropriate applications. The conversation concluded without resolution, but it left Hadrian with the clear impression that his magical development was being evaluated for purposes that had nothing to do with tournament competition or educational assessment. The interview felt more like interrogation by someone seeking vulnerabilities or justifications for intervention in his educational choices. His concerns were reinforced by similar experiences reported by other Durmstrang students who had accompanied the delegation to Hogwarts. Several had been subjected to informal questioning about their curriculum, their professors, and their understanding of magical techniques that British wizards apparently considered controversial or potentially dangerous. Klaus Zimmermann, who had travelled with the Durmstrang delegation as part of his advanced studies program, reported particularly intrusive questions about his family's experiences with dark wizards and the practical defensive techniques that had allowed them to survive attacks during the post-war period. "They seem more interested in finding problems with our education than in understanding why it has been effective," Klaus observed during one of their private discussions about the increasingly political atmosphere surrounding the tournament. Dmitry Volkov, who had also been selected to accompany the delegation based on his exceptional magical abilities, described similar interrogations that seemed designed to identify students whose magical development might be considered excessive or potentially threatening by British educational standards. Most troubling were reports that some British ministry officials were discussing potential legal mechanisms for requiring foreign students to undergo additional evaluation or remedial education if their magical abilities exceeded certain undefined thresholds. The proposals seemed designed to prevent future cases of students like Harry Potter achieving superior magical development through international educational institutions. The second task of the tournament provided Hadrian with an opportunity to demonstrate additional aspects of his Durmstrang education while further complicating the political responses to his unconventional magical development. The challenge involved underwater rescue operations in the Black Lake, requiring champions to navigate hostile aquatic environments while protecting individuals who had been placed in magical stasis. Hadrian's approach to the underwater challenge drew upon advanced transfiguration techniques that he had mastered during his studies with Professor Eriksson, combined with magical breathing apparatus that represented original spell work, developed during his independent research projects. The combination allowed him to operate underwater with efficiency and capability that exceeded what any of the tournament organizers had anticipated. More impressively, his rescue technique demonstrated the sort of tactical thinking and situational awareness that Durmstrang's practical magical education emphasized. Rather than simply retrieving his assigned target, Hadrian identified and addressed additional threats that endangered other participants, showing the sort of comprehensive problem-solving that distinguished advanced magical practitioners from students who had learned to follow predetermined procedures. His performance in the underwater challenge was not only successful, but transformative, as it demonstrated magical techniques that several of the adult wizards observing the tournament had never encountered. The innovative spell work and tactical applications drew admiring comments from international magical education experts, while generating obvious concern among British officials who were struggling to maintain their assumptions about institutional superiority. Perhaps most significantly, Hadrian's underwater performance included successful rescue of Hermione Granger, who had been selected as the person he would most miss and placed in magical stasis at the bottom of the lake. His immediate and effective response to her danger demonstrated both his loyalty to old friendships and his capabilities for protecting others under challenging circumstances. The rescue itself required advanced magical techniques that combined underwater navigation, magical breathing, complex transfiguration, and tactical magic that could neutralize aquatic threats while maintaining precise control over rescue operations. The combination of skills demonstrated exactly what comprehensive magical education could accomplish when it emphasized practical applications rather than theoretical limitations. Hermione's reaction upon being revived was complex, showing gratitude for the rescue combined with obvious amazement at the magical competence that Harry had developed during his years at Durmstrang. Their conversation after the task revealed how much both their magical abilities and their perspectives on magical education had evolved since their brief acquaintance during their first year. "Your transfiguration work underwater was incredible," Hermione said, with genuine admiration. "I have never seen anything like that combination of spells and applications. How did you learn to integrate so many different magical techniques simultaneously?" Durmstrang emphasizes understanding magical principles well enough to create original solutions rather than simply memorizing predetermined spells, Hadrian explained. The theoretical foundation allows for innovation and adaptation that traditional curricula often discourage. Their discussion continued for several hours, covering everything from magical theory to practical applications to the broader questions about educational policy that his tournament success was raising throughout the magical community. Hermione's intellectual curiosity and analytical approach to complex problems made her an ideal audience for explanations about alternative educational philosophies and their practical benefits. More importantly, her questions revealed that she was beginning to question her own educational choices and wondering whether traditional institutional approaches provided the most comprehensive magical development possible. Her academic excellence at Hogwarts was undeniable, but her exposure to Hadrian's capabilities was demonstrating that superior alternatives might exist for students willing to pursue more challenging educational paths. Ron Weasley's response to Hadrian's continued tournament success was more complicated, showing admiration mixed with resentment and confusion about how his former friend had achieved such dramatic transformation. Their conversations revealed fundamental differences in their understanding of magical education and personal development that had not been apparent during their brief childhood acquaintance. "You always were different," Ron said during one of their awkward attempts at renewing their friendship. "But this is beyond different. You have become someone completely foreign, someone who does not fit into normal magical society. I have become someone who refuses to accept limitations that others find convenient, Hadrian replied diplomatically. Durmstrang taught me that magical excellence requires challenging assumptions and pursuing comprehensive education rather than simply following predetermined institutional paths. The conversation highlighted broader questions about what magical society expected from exceptional individuals and whether those expectations served the individuals themselves or simply the comfort and control preferences of established authorities. As the tournament progressed toward its final challenge, intelligence gathered through Sirius Black's contacts within the magical community suggested that Hadrian's forced participation was indeed part of a larger conspiracy involving parties with agendas that extended far beyond educational politics or tournament competition. The irregular circumstances of his selection by the Goblet of Fire appeared to be connected to ongoing efforts by Death Eater sympathizers to locate and capture Harry Potter for purposes related to their attempts to restore Voldemort to physical form. The tournament provided an opportunity for hostile forces to target him in an environment where his movements would be predictable and his magical defenses might be overwhelmed by coordinated attack. More disturbing still were indications that Professor Moody's identity and loyalties were not what they appeared to be. Magical analysis suggested that the Defense Against Dark Arts teacher was operating under sophisticated concealment charms that disguised both his appearance and his magical signature, possibly indicating that he was an imposter with hostile intentions toward tournament participants. Your enhanced magical senses and defensive training may be the only things preventing a successful attack during tournament activities, Sirius wrote in one of his carefully coded communications. Trust your instincts about magical signatures and maintain constant vigilance regarding anyone whose presence feels wrong or threatening. The advice proved prescient as Hadrian began to notice increasingly suspicious behavior from Professor Moody and several other adults whose interest in tournament activities seemed to extend beyond normal educational or administrative concerns. His Durmstrang training in magical intelligence and counter-surveillance allowed him to identify patterns of observation and coordination that suggested organized hostile activity. Most concerning were magical signatures that he detected around tournament venues that resembled the dark magic traces that his Bulgarian training had taught him to recognize. The presence of such magical residue suggested that dark wizards or their allies were operating in proximity to tournament activities, possibly in preparation for attacks on participants or spectators. Victor Crumb's perspective on these developments was shaped by his family's experience with magical intelligence and their understanding of how dark magic practitioners operated during periods of apparent inactivity and reorganization. The tournament is providing cover for activities that have nothing to do with educational competition, Victor observed as they reviewed magical security around tournament venues. Someone is using the publicity and distraction to advance agendas that probably involve targeting specific individuals rather than simply disrupting magical education. His analysis suggested that Hadrian's forced participation was designed to place him in vulnerable positions where coordinated attacks could be launched with minimal risk of interference from protective magic or security arrangements. The tournament challenges themselves might be secondary to creating opportunities for hostile action against the boy who lived. As the final task approached, Hadrian found himself preparing not only for tournament competition, but for potential magical combat that could involve life and death consequences, extending far beyond educational politics or institutional rivalry. His Durmstrang training in advanced magical defense and tactical thinking had prepared him for such possibilities, but the reality of facing coordinated attack from experienced dark wizards remained daunting despite his comprehensive magical education. The support from his international allies provided crucial assistance in developing defensive strategies and contingency plans that could protect him regardless of what hostile forces might attempt during tournament activities. Victor's tactical experience and Klaus's understanding of dark wizard behavior were particularly valuable in preparing for scenarios that traditional educational institutions would never address. Perhaps most importantly, his years of comprehensive magical education had given him capabilities and confidence that would allow him to function effectively, even if tournament activities became overtly dangerous. His rejection of traditional limitations and his pursuit of advanced magical competence had prepared him for exactly the sort of challenges that exceptional young wizards might face in a magical world where political conflicts and dark magic represented ongoing threats. The correspondence from Durmstrang faculty during this period provided additional reassurance that his educational choices had been wise and that his international allies would provide whatever support might be necessary if British political authorities proved unable or unwilling to protect tournament participants from hostile action. "Your magical development has exceeded our most optimistic projections," Professor Morozov wrote in one of his encrypted communications. "More importantly, your tactical thinking and defensive capabilities suggest that you are prepared for challenges that extend far beyond academic competition." As the tournament moved toward its climactic final challenge, Hadrian reflected on how much his understanding of magical politics and international relations had evolved since his initial decision to reject Hogwarts in favor of Durmstrang Institute. What had begun as a personal choice about educational preferences had become a public demonstration of alternative approaches to magical development that was influencing policy discussions throughout the magical world. His success was proving that exceptional students could indeed achieve superior results when they were given freedom to pursue comprehensive magical education rather than accepting whatever institutional arrangements adults found convenient or controllable. More importantly, his tournament participation was establishing precedent that would benefit future generations of young wizards who deserved opportunities to develop their full potential. The boy who had rejected Dumbledore's predetermined path was about to face the ultimate test of whether his alternative educational choices had prepared him for the complex realities of magical conflict and political manipulation that characterized adult magical society. And if his comprehensive training and international allies proved sufficient for whatever challenges awaited him, then perhaps the magical world would finally be forced to acknowledge that independence and excellence were not only compatible but essential for producing the sort of magical practitioners who could protect magical society from the genuine threats that it faced. The final challenge would determine not only tournament victory, but also the future direction of magical education policy and the rights of exceptional students to choose their own developmental paths rather than accepting whatever limitations established authorities preferred to maintain for their own comfort and control.